Hello, we are live on YouTube, and if you don't know us, we are Adam and Rich from The Next Man Up. We are here today for the draft. If you're not watching along with us, we suggest that you do.
Yeah, we would love to see some comments in our chat box here. We'll reply to as many people as we can while trying to give you guys some unmedia driven topics about the draft here. If you guys have been listening before, obviously Adam just introduced himself. I'm Rich. We are sadly missing Austin tonight. He has some family stuff going on, so he was unable to make it. And we also have a guest today.
Yeah, we have my wife Becky here with us. Rebecca, she sometimes goes by. So she's super pumped to be here. She will be coming on camera a little bit later, but right now she's just off to my left. But she'll be throwing in her comments as well throughout this experience that we have going on here.
Yeah, thanks guys for having me on. I'm glad I can try to add some extra opinions in. Maybe give a little bit of a woman voice on this one.
Yeah, definitely. I like to see, sports from a different perspective. That's not my own. She is kind of a forced sports fan, if you will.
I would have to agree with that one.
She watches a lot of sports, but not necessarily by choice. So, we will be playing our draft drinking game tonight. We have prepared some mock drafts that we have completed through the first two rounds, even though only the first round will be tonight. We will be taking a drink for every pick that we get wrong. I actually prepared two first round mock drafts, one with trades that I think might happen, and then one with as if nobody would trade. So if I get things wrong, I might be drinking times two. So that'll be fun for everybody.
I took the lazy route and only made one for round one with 0 trades. So hopefully there's not a lot of trades because that'll really mess up my board there.
Once again, just like, having to watch the sports all the time, every single day and every Sunday and everything, I also was then forced to not only prepare one draft or mock draft, but two. So just like my husband Adam here, I did one without trades and one with trades.
Yeah, so we'll be keeping contact with our mock drafts as it goes on. Before the pick, we will read off kind of who we think the pick will be, or who we had mocked. Even if he's already gone, we'll read off. Well, I guess I had X player, and then I know for some of them we know we're going to be wrong, but yeah, I hope I got everything right. So
not happening. But as you can see with our ticker at the bottom of the screen for everyone as well, for the first pick, it is going to be Trevor Lawrence. So that is already put in because they are just going to waste probably about 5-10 minutes before they announce the pick, which is kind of silly.
Yeah. I mean, even as a football fan, I hate when they just kind of waste time. Everyone that knows anything about football at this point knows that Trevor Lawrence is going to be that first pick. So I hope they don't take the whole 15 minutes to make that pick because it's just wasting everyone's time.
But, if they don't take the whole 15 minutes, then how are we going to get their great expertise on who they're picking?
Yeah, I guess you're right there.
And that's what they get paid to do.
Yeah. Right. So Rich, if you had the number one pick, who would you be taking? Would it be
Trevor Lawrence?
Would it be Trevor Lawrence?
Yeah, has to be.
Sure.
Well, yeah, definitely. Even on Jacksonville, he'll still be good.
You think so?
Yes, totally think
Will he make their team?
He should. I don't know. There's been rumors of Tebow coming back.
Yeah.
So you gotta be careful with that.
There we go. That combo right there, going all the way.
I think actually, if they draft Trevor Lawrence, if they get Tebow back, I think what they should do is actually switch the two. Put Tebow back at quarterback. and then we'll have Trevor Lawrence split out as a tight end or a wide receiver, and we'll really test his versatility. What do you think, Rich?
I think that would be a very bad move, but that sounds like a Jacksonville move, though.
Yeah, really. Well, I mean, it sounds like something the Jets would do also. So if
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence happens to fall to the Jets, Jets also could draft Trevor Lawrence and then pick up some Tim Tebow and do that same move. I think fans would love that,
Probably. Tim Tebow is a fan favorite for all.
especially in New York.
That is very true. They just enjoy that guy.
Yeah.
So here we are waiting for the first pick to get announced, with them talking about how good Trevor Lawrence is, which everyone's been talking about for the past 2 months.
Yeah.
So let's talk more about that Jets pick.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Zach Wilson. I think I would be surprised at this point if it's not. Not saying that would be who I would pick, but I would be kind of surprised, I think, at this point if it's not him.
I went with my mock draft. I went with Justin Fields. I think it's a better move for the Jets. Wilson has, yes, a big arm. He can throw the ball well, but he hasn't played really big competition for defense. When he has played good to better defenses in college, he has not played very well. He's about to be playing against NFL defenses, which I think he will struggle. And on the Jets, he'll probably struggle some more because they don't have enough around Zach Wilson to help him out.
Yeah, definitely. I think the Jets might take a small step forward this year compared to last year, but I think they can line up pretty much anyone at quarterback, and I think they're still not going to win very many games this year. So I guess we'll see. I have them projected as probably a bottom 5 team in the league this year. And to be honest, I think that's kind of a safe pick as a bottom 5.
Safe bet right there.
Yeah. So we'll see where they go with that pick. But like I said, I'd be pretty shocked at this point if it's not. I mean, if it is Fields, I'd be really shocked because I'm thinking Fields is going to fall. And again, I don't have anything against Fields. I like him as a player. He put up great numbers at Ohio State. But I just, for some reason, he seems like a guy that's just going to fall. Like, it seems like all that pre-draft analysis of him, it seemed like they always had, here's a positive thing about him, but here's some other negative thing that they're just going to throw at him as well, whether it's true or not true. So I just think that's kind of the makings of a guy that might fall a little.
I don't know. He's a proven winner, and that has proven to be a good tell for quarterbacks. A good example of that was when the Bears took Mitch Trubisky there and passed up on Watson and Mahomes.
Sure.
Both of them played a lot more games than Trubisky, and also both guys proven that they could win and beat better elite college defenses, unlike Trubisky. So definitely going to throw that out there.
It's one of those things that they always are like, oh, the ceiling on this guy's higher, but, the floor on this other guy's, higher type of thing, where it's this guy, if we get to tap into his potential, can be better than this guy. And I think you're seeing that a lot this year with a guy like Trey Lance, who's another guy that has impressed a lot of people when he's been out there, but he hasn't really played in many games. He hasn't thrown a lot of passes. But I think kind of the expectations on him are pretty much the sky is the limit. I think a lot of people think that he has the highest ceiling outside of Trevor Lawrence in this year's draft at quarterback. But again, he's probably one of the most unproven quarterbacks that's gone in the top 10 in quite some while, and I think he will go in the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not going to disagree with that. If Trey Lance really falls out of the top 10, I think that's going to be kind of a draft day surprise, especially with all the hype that he's gotten, even on his pro days, every interview that he's done with any team. Everything's been positive, everything's been good, but just like you said, not a lot of tape on him, hasn't thrown a lot of footballs there, so you're going on very minimal tape. It's more of that ceiling. He's super athletic, has an arm. Can we develop him and work with him? If he lands with a right or a good organization, definitely the sky's the limit. Goes to a dysfunctional organization, it's going to be really hard for him to excel in the NFL.
Well, I think it's interesting. There was a lot of people that said similar things about Josh Allen when he was coming out, where it was like he's, like superior athleticism. He had a arm cannon. The guy can throw the ball for miles. But a lot of people thought he was one of the least polished athletes or quarterbacks in that draft. And I would say year one he did okay. He made a lot of plays with his legs and was able to keep the play alive often. But he took a pretty large step forward, I would say, for the Bills last year. Was in the conversation for MVP for some people. Obviously didn't win it. But he's been good. So I think if that's kind of the comparison, if you can live up to even Josh Allen type numbers, I think a lot of teams would be okay with that. Oh, looks like we have our first comment on our YouTube page. It says, "What do you think is more important, a QB with legs or an arm?" Rich?
With that one, I think it kind of depends on the team. If the offensive line is pretty garbage and trash, you're going to want a quarterback with legs because he's going to be running for his life. He's going to have to ad-lib a lot on offense. You have a decent offensive line or a good offensive line, you definitely want that arm over the legs because he's not going to be running for his life.
Yeah, definitely. I would tend to agree with you, Rich. I think it goes first on the offensive line. I think obviously you would like a guy that has both, or at least a combination of both, where he has that accuracy and arm talent, but could also move in the pocket or scramble once he gets out of the pocket, gain some yards with his feet. I think in general, if you have the offensive line, I would prefer a quarterback that is a great passer versus a quarterback that's just a great runner. And I think you see that a lot in the NFL. But obviously, if a guy can do both, then that'd be great. Looks like we might be having our first technical difficulty of the night. The laptop isn't charging; it's slowly dying on us. We wouldn't get very far without it, so we will get that figured out, and hopefully we don't lose you guys as we go here.
No, we have more than enough time to get that up, and we're good. First technical difficulties for our first live thing ever.
I'm sure it'll be the
definitely gonna happen. Yeah.
So now that we got that figured out, the only thing I'd kind of like to say about the quarterback with the arm versus leg, I think one of the things, whether you have an all-around team or you have kind of an all-around shitty team, I honestly give a little bit more of an edge to someone with legs. Because even if they don't have the best arm, if they can be rolling out, if they can make the defense really scramble and they don't always know what they're going to do, I mean, that's a lot harder for the defense to go up against.
Yeah.
I mean, if they know that they're always going to stay in the pocket, it's a lot easier to go against.
There's been a lot of quarterbacks, though, in the league that have proven that you don't necessarily need to go outside the pocket to be successful. Obviously, Matt Ryan, Rivers, who obviously just retired.
Drew Brees.
Obviously, Tom Brady doesn't scramble very much.
No.
He's pretty
old.
Yeah, but
Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning, right? So there's definitely been guys that can prove that it works passing from inside the pocket, not having that ability to scramble. But I definitely think quarterbacks that do have that, it does add that other element of having that next thing that you need to stop. If you cover everyone downfield, then the quarterback might take off on you and get that first down anyway. So, like I said, if you have a guy that can do both, that's what you're really looking for. But I agree to your point, Rich, that it really depends on how good your team is, how good your offensive line is, and your receivers too. Because you could have the best arm talent in the world, if your receivers aren't getting open, you're not going to have anyone to pass it to. So
very true.
It's definitely team dependent.
I totally agree. And the other funny thing is we are 14 minutes into the draft now, and Trevor Lawrence's name has still not been called.
Yeah.
So again, let's milk that 15 minutes for every team here.
Here comes the commish now.
Yeah.
It looks like he's about to announce the pick, but it still hasn't happened, and I think this is a wasted 15 minutes of the NFL draft, in my opinion. I think it would shock the world if there was some other pick right now. Kyle Pitts, number 1 overall, as George Kittle was kind of pushing for that. I think on a football show that I'm not sure if we're allowed to say on live, but
or at all.
Right, so he was out there kind of talking about it would be great to see, a tight end go number 1. It doesn't really happen very often, even a tight end going in the top 5. So he's
definitely has the talent.
Yeah, and he's quite an advocate for tight ends. But Kyle Pitts, I think, is going to be one of those great tight ends. I think he's coming into the league, and he's right away going to be a top 10 tight end in the league for sure, in my opinion.
And for my draft, if he goes to Atlanta, that's probably the best opportunity for him because that is a very pass-happy and offensive-orientated team there.
That would be a scary offense with Julio, Calvin Ridley, Matt Ryan still has some gas left in his tank, and then you add a guy like Kyle Pitts. You can't cover those 3 guys long down the field. I mean, you'd have to drop.
Who do you double cover?
You'd have to drop 9 defensive backs, and then they would, Matt Ryan could probably walk 10 yards if you're putting 2-3 guys on the line every play.
He did rush for that one touchdown against.
It was his longest rush.
The Titans, I believe.
Yeah, longest rush of his career. I think it was like 11 yards or something. He had never gone past 8 or something. It was something crazy like that, and he almost looked athletic on that play. Almost.
Almost looked like he could actually move.
Yeah, at least he did enough for my fantasy last year. So, I mean, he did good enough, that's for sure.
Oh, boy. That was not the commissioner coming to announce the pick. That was just him just announcing that essentially the draft is starting. It's still saying that there's 9 minutes left for Jacksonville to make their pick.
Wow.
And they're
really milking this.
And they're already showing how terrible Jacksonville was last year. They're showing the some of their games and stuff, which I believe that first win, that was week 1 against Indianapolis, wasn't it? And then they lost every single game for the rest of the year.
I think so. They looked pretty decent in that week 1 win. They probably got excited and then kind of went completely downhill after that.
Because I definitely had the Colts, not as the best team in the league last year, but as a playoff contending team.
Yeah.
And they came out and beat, and I had Jacksonville as one of the worst. I think I had them second to worst after the Jets in my pre-draft or pre-season mock power rankings.
That was also with week 1. I was watching that game in Alaska because I was on a cruise.
That's right. Yeah.
And we went first time we docked in Alaska. First thing I did, went straight to a sports bar and watched some football.
Yeah, on some unknown unknown place. On some cruise line that we are not at liberty to discuss as well.
Well, that's how you know you're a true fan, though, is when you're going out of your way and have to be like, okay, where's the nearest sports bar so I can find a TV and then I can actually see what's going on right now.
Speaking of...
Alaska did a very good job, too. They had about 5-6 TVs in there. All of them had different games on. You didn't have to ask to put a different game on, because they were all on.
Speaking about watching things in interesting locations, and here we are at the draft. I remember the year that we were in Punta Cana, Rich, for my wedding. Not to Rich, to Becky. And
thank you for the clarification.
Well, I thought maybe
I was there.
Not everybody out there knows the whole story, So you were living with us at the time, Rich. So people had some confusion.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, we were in Punta Cana during the infamous draft of the move up for Mitch Trubisky was my wedding night, and that was a night to be remembered for most.
Or not to remember.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess some people probably don't remember, some people don't want to remember. But yeah, so I remember wedding night being on my phone, like, oh yeah, wedding. Oh, shit, Mr. Trubisky.
And as usual, even on my special day, I still had to share it with a sport. And still had to have competition for my husband's attention.
You should have known when the draft was. The draft date doesn't change.
A year in advance, I should have been looking up when is the draft. When do I have to avoid all things?
Also too, for all 6 of our viewers, field some questions. Throw something out there. You want to have your question answered? Yeah. We will answer any questions you guys have. So. Definitely keep that in mind. I have a question.
Is that Trevor Lawrence's sister or girlfriend? They're sitting pretty close.
I have no idea.
Somebody
I'm really not paying attention.
Someone write us in on that. Yeah, I'm hoping so. Otherwise, that's a really weird relationship that they have. But I don't know. I don't have a sister. So, Rich, you want to fill us in on what you do with your sister?
What do you mean? Okay, next question. We're going back to football. This is getting a little obnoxious. First off, here we go again. 5 minutes left for Jacksonville. We all know who you're taking. Why is this still happening?
They're literally only showing clips of
this is unreal.
They're showing clips of 2 things right now. How shitty Jacksonville was last year and Trevor Lawrence. Because everyone knows it's going to be the pick.
Yeah, this is literally this makes no sense.
Boy. We have which NFL player has the best head of hair?
Well, once Lawrence gets picked, I'm pretty sure it's going to be him.
Yeah.
That's some pretty flowy hair.
Yeah, that's true. Or, it could be Zach Wilson, Rich. As I saw in a meme recently, Zach Wilson looks like the player that Disney would have cast to play the character of Zach Wilson in a movie about Zach Wilson. He's straight up Disney looks, Disney haircut. The guy looks like he belongs more on modeling job than actually playing football, Rich. But
yeah, but we're talking about hair, not his looks, Adam. So
it's part of the whole. It's part of the whole.
I mean, the hair is part of the essentialness.
It's part of the whole thing. I think if you
his hair's way too short. There's nothing going on there.
I'm saying
Trevor Lawrence, you see that flow? Come on.
But I'm saying if you shave his head, I think his looks take a hit. I think so.
Well, oh man.
Yeah.
We're not talking about looks. We're talking about hair.
But if you shaved his head, I think he goes downhill. So I think his hair is contributing to how good he looks.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the way they look. We're talking about who has the best hair.
Just
Zach Wilson's hair itself is it's literally almost my hair.
It's a
little bit longer. That's it.
You put Zach Wilson's hair on you, Rich, and you might actually look good.
Wow.
Rude.
Okay. So, taking shots.
Now the question is Trevor Lawrence going to go down the Matthews route and going to get his hair insured?
Yeah,
he probably would.
Why not?
Probably not a bad idea.
Let's see, viewer. Do you have someone to put up? Who do you got? Who's your best hair in the NFL? We'll listen to that. I guess we'll go on for an hour talking about the hair around
the NFL.
I would say Trevor Lawrence looks mighty ready for possibly the Packers. He's wearing green.
I pass that billboard every day with the hair restore for Brian Urlacher. I pass that every day on my way to work, so I know very well what you're talking about. For anyone that is not going towards O'Hare on 90 very often, there is quite a large billboard of Brian Urlacher with the hair restore. But man, he looks good with that head of hair.
I just want to make a note on the Trevor Lawrence pick, since we are on that luscious hair of his as well. Jacksonville already gave him their playbook. Why is this taking 15 minutes to pick? This makes no sense.
Rich,
He's already has the playbook, already reading it.
That's unfair of you to
Unheard of.
judge Jacksonville for giving their playbook. They gave their playbook to almost every team they faced last year. Oh my! They just added more time.
What?
It was at 5 minutes.
It was at like 2 minutes.
They bumped it up to 9.
Okay, the pick is
yeah, now
finally
they're saying
in.
the pick is in.
Ooh.
Crazy.
I wonder who this is
who
going
it's
to
gonna
be.
Yeah.
God.
Did we already have it typed in? Because,
Ugh.
people didn't know what it was going to be.
Yeah, it's already
Yeah.
in there, I think.
Oh, yeah, it's been there the whole time.
Okay.
Let's see. They're like
Oh,
they
okay.
haven't officially announced it, but they're just showing pictures of Trevor Lawrence like over and over. Apparently, he was born in Knoxville, Tennessee, as is most people named Trevor. So, I guess that's where Peyton Manning is from. I knew he played in Tennessee. I didn't know he was from Tennessee.
Really?
Yeah, apparently. That's what they just said.
Interesting.
I mean, he probably is
From New
from like
Orleans.
everywhere. His dad was an NFL player, so
Yeah.
he could have been. I mean, they probably travel all over the place.
Yeah.
Definitely. So.
Very true. So, the pick is in. We are waiting to get to the Jets pick.
Yep. So again, I think, like I said, we'll go through who we each picked as we go here. I made the smart decision. Went with Zach Wilson.
Justin Fields, number 2.
In both
Let's
my trade and not trade draft. And babe, who'd you get?
Yeah, I went with Zach Wilson, too. It kind of made most sense. I'm sorry, Rich.
He's too raw for the Jets. The Jets aren't ready for someone like
He is
Wilson.
not on Monday Night Raw.
It could be.
You said he's raw.
I mean, with those looks he got, he might do well on Raw as well.
Well, I just feel like for the Jets, anyways, they want to probably build up most of their team. So even if they get a star right away is that going to be enough for them? Or do they feel like they're going to have to build up the whole team anyway? So why not kind of start with what they can and then build them all together?
Yeah, I feel like in general. Oh, everyone's surprised. I like how Jacksonville fans are like going crazy. It's like Trevor Lawrence's family.
There's a huge lag. I don't think he knows. Oh, there it is.
It's like,
wow, he had a huge lag down in South Carolina.
At first, he did not look excited.
I was gonna say he's super surprised. But yeah, definitely. I don't even remember what we were saying.
Zach Wilson building the team around the Jets, which makes sense.
I definitely feel like the Jets kind of like at this point, as long as they're almost just taking the best player available, they can't like go wrong because they have like holes all over their team to fill. If you can say anything about the Jets, they're like their defense has shown some promise.
Yeah, but Zach Wilson's also not a guarantee though either. Like if you want to go with like a guaranteed best player available, you go Kyle Pitts right now then. If that's your argument.
That's also that's a valid
I definitely understand that point, but anyone coming from college, is it a guarantee? Because they're not used to playing up against NFL-sized players. They are, like, I know some of the colleges are, like, Alabama and Ohio State, like, they're used to that, but it's still not quite the same. It's not the same caliber, like, of all the players, not just a few, like, pickings that they're playing with each team, but all the calibers are, like, NFL, and can they handle that? And handling the pressure, too. Sometimes they just fall apart with the pressure.
Sure. Yeah. I think in general, when you're going to start building a team, when you're almost starting from scratch, the first thing you do is say, okay, what's the quarterback? Who's the quarterback we're going to build around? You don't typically say who's the tight end we're going to build around. So I think that's kind of oh my God, look at that hair. Look at the hair.
Yeah, he's totally going to get picked at the Jets.
Yeah, he's already smiling.
I don't agree. Smiling. Yeah, again. Still not his hair. Okay. His face and smile is not hair. Again.
It's the whole ensemble. It's the whole thing. Yeah, definitely.
Definitely have comments. Some of our viewers definitely enjoy the female take on sports as well, instead of listening to me and Adam the whole time.
We actually have two females in the room, both of them very intelligent. One is, very loyal, listens very well, and the other one not quite as much, but is, guess.
I would hope still loyal.
Okay.
And by the way, for the viewers that are probably very confused right now, the other female in the room is our wonderful dog, Scarlet, who, listens pretty well. But she is camera shy.
I'm getting ignored. Thank you, Scarlet.
She'll
pop
she didn't do
on
her
at
makeup.
some point.
Yeah, she might come in a little bit later if she gets real excited about a pick. But her makeup's not done. She just wants to be in the room and make sure she knows what's going on. But she's always ready for game day. Game day's got to be one of her favorite days because she always, for every touchdown, which she usually knows that word, she gets very excited. Then she gets a treat. So
should have happened more, but
yeah,
sorry, Scarlett.
She definitely got disappointed last year.
But I mean, it'll be a whole new year with it. The red rifle back there. I think she's going to be getting treats left and right.
Oh man, I freaking hope so.
Look at the hair, feathered and lethal.
That's like the high school, that's like the early 2000s look right there. Like,
Yeah.
let's just prop up the front a little bit and bring some old school hairstyle.
Don't hate on it,
back.
Rich. Yeah. Don't hate on it.
Oh, I'm gonna hate on that because I had that and it did not work out well for me.
Well, Rich, there's only so much you could do. Wait, I mean, not necessarily. You're a very good-looking man.
That's why Scarlett's
Thank you for trying to rebuttal that statement there, but I think the hit was already taken.
Don't you have it on your phone?
No, I can't see. I can't see other people's comments.
Oh.
I can only see my own.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, they've used almost all the time here, and I think most people would be pretty surprised here if they didn't go with Zach Wilson.
That is very true. They just showed his mom prepping his tie for him.
I mean, that's a good mom right there. You got to make sure he's ready.
Jello wrestler picks. Okay, let's see.
We got to form a team. So we got some comments in here. They want to know the team that we would choose for Jello wrestling.
I'm not sure. Are we supposed to be using NFL players for that? Or their wives?
So. NFL players. We are keeping this to the players. This is a draft. Definitely want to keep that to players.
Otherwise, I would have said Aaron Rodgers' fiance.
How big is our team here? Is this like...
Well, the classic Jello wrestling team, Rich, is 4 players.
Okay.
You usually have 2 in the Jello at the same time, and then you could tag out 2 more. That's tournament style, but I have seen it where you're a single Jello wrestler and you're just in a free for all. It's like that one where they do it in the cage in wrestling, and there's just extra Jello.
Okay. So I am not very knowledgeable of this Jello wrestling here, so you get 2 players, I get 2 players then?
Yeah, sure. If I'm just trying to win, if it's not about looking pretty doing it, which not saying these 2 guys aren't pretty, but just 2 absolute monsters, I'd go.
No, you go one, then I go one. I steal your guy, dude.
Fine.
Let's go.
Let's go. My first one, I'm gotta go Aaron Donald. That guy, I don't care if there's Jello or not Jello, he would just beat the shit out of people. So yeah, I'm going Aaron Donald, number 1.
Oh, Jesus. I'm definitely gonna go with George Kittle.
Oh, that's good.
I think that'd be a very good one. He's,
and he would
really athletic.
Yeah.
Look probably pretty solid, I would think, maybe, hopefully.
Yeah. My second one, I'm going with a new guy, a guy that really impressed me last year, and I think the sky is the limit for this man. Chase Young. That guy was an absolute monster last year. He's got the strength. He's got the speed. Yeah, I'm going Chase Young with my second one. Him and Aaron Donald, I would not want to line up across from that.
Yeah, I'm going to have to bring in Khalil Mack
for
my next pick there.
He's an absolute man.
I got to get my looks in, and I got to get my down and dirty guy.
For my tag team, I'm going with Tom Brady's wife. Tom Brady's wife.
Dude, we just discussed this. We are not doing that. We're keeping this to the NFL players.
Okay. Not their wives, not the wives.
Zach Wilson
it's official.
Just got picked.
Ding, ding, ding.
My pick was wrong. Cheers, everyone.
Yeah.
And don't worry, the guys are going to try to continue to update the bottom line so as it's coming in, the picks are coming in, it should be as up to date as possible.
Yeah, so, and mind our spelling and all that. But, yeah.
Yeah. If anyone that's viewing knows me at all, me and spelling are not friends.
Well, you're not a wordsman, Rich.
This is very true. I'm not a wordsman at all. I'm definitely not a languager.
Yeah.
I play
I would
sports.
agree. I throw balls
Balls
far.
far.
Or in your case, Rich, I guess it would be frisbees.
That would be true.
Yeah.
I still
think-
can't even throw those that far.
Which one can you throw further, a football or a frisbee?
Definitely a frisbee.
Or what about a disc? We'll throw another one in there. What if you
No,
were frothing?
no, I'm horrible at throwing those. They're so much different than an ultimate frisbee disc.
Ah.
So
You know
yeah.
what? I'm gonna take just for the first couple picks. Let's do a cheers just for.
We finally made it to 10. 10 viewers. Thank you, viewers.
We'll drink one for each viewer.
No, I am not.
Mm,
Good job, Adam. Way
mm.
to keep it up.
So now with the 49ers or San Francisco on the clock over here.
This will be the
Um,
first pick that might, we might not know it right away, guys. So I guess who do you got?
Yeah. To be honest, at this pick, out of Matt Jones or Justin Fields or Trey Lance, I think Justin Fields is the better pick there. With San Francisco, that offense is very friendly. They have a running game. They got the tight end. The receivers are solid. Justin Fields could also roll out, make some other things happen for them. I think that's the best pick for San Francisco. But there's been a lot of rumors and talks about Matt Jones, kind of statue-like, but anything could happen.
Yeah, for me, the pick that I think makes the most sense here would be Trey Lance, actually. I think we kind of talked about it a little bit. His ceiling is so high, but he might be a guy that might need to sit for a year. So I think coming in, or part of a year, I think coming in, you could tell him, you're going to be on the bench until Jimmy G gets hurt, and they're probably expecting
Game 4 or 5.
Yeah, 4 or 5, maybe he makes it till week 6. But, they'll promise him you will get to play as soon as Jimmy G gets hurt. And he'll be able to sit for that amount of time, really learn the system, a guy that needs a little bit more polish. So I think Trey Lance makes the most sense for me. Now, what I think is going to happen, I think they're going to go with Mac Jones, who I think, not saying that I don't think Mac Jones is good, but I think he's probably the most overrated quarterback in this draft class. Just because, he put up numbers, but, you were at Alabama. You have the best offensive line in the game. You had 2 of the top 3 receivers in the game. And you have the number 1 pick. Most people are projecting the number 1 running back in the game, so you have
offense
all
is
those.
Loaded. You should be putting up some pretty solid and good numbers there.
Yeah, so
If you're not, I'd be pretty worried.
So he definitely put up good numbers. But I think, as a smart kind of football analytical mind, you kind of think about it and say, okay, well, maybe he put up those numbers or was able to put up those numbers because of all the people he has around him. So I kind of think they're going to go Mac Jones, but I don't think that's a good move for him.
I totally agree. I'd go with more of the top ceiling guys. That offense is friendly. You got things around. They can take the time to learn. Like, those players at the ceiling is the best bet to go with.
And Kyle Shanahan's
So-
really, really smart guy and can really get the best
Yes.
out of players like that.
That is very true.
So typically guys
Give
like
him
that.
decent quarterback play, and he was able to take San Francisco to the Super Bowl.
And it's not like Jimmy G was a world beater. I mean, the year that he kind of stayed healthy, they ended up in a Super Bowl. And it's not like, not that he was bad by any means, but he wasn't Patrick Mahomes, he wasn't even Drew Brees or anything like that. He did enough for them to win games, and they relied on their defense and kind of that physical style of play that they have in running the ball. So I think Trey Lance makes a lot of sense there, and I think Justin Fields wouldn't be a bad pick there either. Rich, I think he is arguably the second best, third best quarterback in
Proven
the
winner.
draft class. But yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't see it. I think it's gonna be Mac Jones.
So from the comments that we have, I need to start explaining things more so our viewers could get a little extra enjoyment out of our draft, apparently.
So I guess one of the questions that I have for you guys is,
Ooh,
you know,
I like
they're
that.
gonna take a good quarterback, whichever one they go with, whether it's Mac Jones or Trey Lance. But then, where do you think that they need to build up from there to make sure they kind of have a more successful year?
Well, they need to stay healthy. I think that was the thing that they didn't do well last year was, and I don't know if that has anything to do with their training staff or just bad luck, but they had a couple freak things happen. They just had a lot of injuries. So
big name players.
So I think the 49ers are one of those teams that definitely have playoff potential. Probably don't really need a quarterback right now, but I think they're thinking long term. Jimmy G hasn't proven that he can stay healthy, and they're looking for a guy that can be on the field. So I think that's the thought is why kind of keep going the same route with a guy that hasn't proven that he can stay healthy when there's guys out there that could play just as good, if not better, and be on the field more often.
Yeah, that is very true. I'm not going to disagree with that. I also want to get to one of our viewers' questions here. They want to know what's the ideal loaded offensive setup. My favorite setup is actually the dual running back setup. I'm a huge fan of that. It has to make the defense really think, especially when you have a receiving running back like the Bears do in Tariq Cohen. That's one thing I was always confused why we didn't have both Tariq Cohen and Montgomery out on the field at the same time more.
Well, Tariq Cohen was hurt most last year.
Well, yeah, I know, that's true. But before he got hurt, didn't see a lot of those looks. I'm a huge fan of those mismatches a lot because if you go nickel because Cohen's going to be a receiver, you could run the ball because now you got a linebacker missing. If they have all three linebackers, Tariq Cohen should be able to get open on that linebacker. So I'm a huge fan of that.
And I guess to your point, Rich, they probably could have done the same thing, lining up Patterson out there along with Montgomery. Yeah. Okay, the pick is in. It is Trey Lance, who I was saying was kind of, in my opinion, is the ideal guy there, but not who I had picked at all. And I think in either one, babe, is that true?
That would be true for you. You did not have it in either one. I had Trey Lance for one of mine. One of them I had, Mac Jones. The other one I thought I'd split it up and go Trey Lance. I don't think they could have gone really wrong with either one.
So they went with Trey Lance, who we kind of explained already. I think
highest ceiling
fits there very well. I think he can bring a lot there as long as he stays healthy. So I like the pick a lot, actually. Yeah. So again, on comment on the Bears kind of running back schemes. We have, and again, if they can both stay healthy, we have two running backs that deserve to be on the field a fair amount, and I think even Montgomery early on in the year last year was not on the field as much as I was kind of hoping he'd be out there. I think he was on the field through the midway point of the season. I think was only out there for like 65% of the snaps. So as your number one receiver, it's kind of crazy. I think he should be more like 75-80% of the snaps, and the guy has kind of the physical mentality and the energy to do that, being a young player. So I would have liked to see him be out there more often. I do like that two running back sets as long as you have two running backs that deserve to be on the field, Rich.
Yeah. Well, you also have to have that combo. You got to have like that pure running back and that receiving running back that could go out for those routes. Because if you just have two running backs out there, where they both are iffy catching the ball, then you're just kind of stacking the box to begin with.
Right.
And yes, this is a Hester jersey that I am wearing. Definitely got to represent best kick returner.
All time.
All
yeah.
time.
Yeah, he deserves to be first ballot Hall of
Fame.
Famer for a returner, 100%. I think there's a lot of people that argue, oh, do you think he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame? I think if you can point to 2 return men that are better than him, I'll tell you you're completely wrong. I don't think there's 2. I think you can maybe argue 1, and that would be a stretch for me. I think he's probably the best returner of all time. And, yeah, he's a surefire Hall of Famer, in my opinion.
Should be.
The things that he was able to do for the Bears, it really was undervalued.
Yeah.
There was times that he was scoring more touchdowns than our offense in games between him and the defense
more
at the time.
More than once, by the way, too. Defense and Hester scoring all of our touchdowns.
So I mean, even that year we went to the Super Bowl. If it wasn't for Hester, we don't end up in the Super Bowl. I don't think at all. So. Yeah. But here we go.
I mean, with the Falcons up now, I mean, I'm pretty sure we all know. Everyone knows where this is going.
It should be Kyle Pitts, or they're trading back for someone that wants to take that
I think if they would have traded back, Rich, I think it would have happened by now. They only have a couple minutes left.
They like to wait till like minute 1 to announce a trade, so it stretches out that time that we have here.
Trey Lance is the 5th youngest quarterback in NFL history to be drafted. That's pretty impressive for him.
Did not know that at all.
I knew he was young. I know Kyler Murray, I think, was another one that was one of the youngest quarterbacks ever taken as well. And he did obviously really well last year. But yeah, going back to Atlanta, I think it's going to be Kyle Pitts, and I think that offense with Kyle Pitts will be scary good.
I agree. Atlanta also needs defense, but there's no great defensive player in this draft to actually pick at 4.
There's some really good ones, Rich, but I think
for 4 though, with everyone else still
I think
available,
if they weren't taking Pitts, this would be a clear trade down scenario.
Yeah, there's too many other people that really need quarterbacks. I mean, a lot of the teams right now, they really do need quarterbacks right now. So yeah, it'd be an ideal spot to trade if they, didn't have Kyle Pitts there.
Yeah. Wow. That's interesting.
Yeah.
It's a
very interesting stats we are seeing right now.
Third time in NFL history that a quarterback went 1, 2, 3 off the board. That's almost kind of impressive that it hasn't happened more times.
Well, they're saying that this is one of the better quarterback drafts in a while.
They also said that 2 years ago.
They say that a lot. I was gonna say it was that Darnold, Allen, Rosen.
Yeah.
That draft class was supposed to be the best draft class, QB draft class in forever. I think there was a lot of people saying that there was 3 surefire Hall of Fame quarterbacks in that draft, and only one of them is still playing for the team that they were drafted to play for now, and that's Josh Allen, who a lot of people thought was the worst out of all the quarterbacks taken that year, and I guess he's the only one living strong. So
yeah, that is so true.
So, one question I guess I have for you guys, just because I don't watch the draft every year. I mean, usually, Adam, you let me go and fall asleep or, read a book, something like that. But, I mean, with actually having to watch it all the way through this time, with how the trades work, and I'm sure this is a really obvious question, but if they wait till, a minute's left on the trade and then they announce a trade, now the next team that they traded to has the full time? Okay.
Yeah, has the full time.
That's what I assumed.
And I think they changed that, Rich.
Yes,
I think at one point in time it used to be you have 10 minutes. If you trade 5 minutes in, that team only got 5 minutes to then make their pick.
Really?
So you don't trade up unless you knew who you were trading it for.
Yeah.
And I think that actually almost makes more sense because you're not trading up and then saying, okay, who do you
Hold
want?
on, I gotta decide
It's like
who I'm
you're
picking.
trading up usually to get.
Yeah, but
to
at that
get
point,
someone.
the team could be kind of a dick and just be like, oh, we're gonna wait till a minute left and then trade it to you, and instead of giving them enough time.
All right, Atlanta's pick is in. Who is Atlanta gonna go with?
Kyle Pitts.
Kyle
All right, I think
Pitts.
did all of us have that?
Yep, we all got that
I
one.
think that
In all
is the
drafts.
first one
all
out of
versions.
number one.
Well, I was gonna. Well, yeah, number one, but since then, I think that's the first one we've all gotten.
Oh man, that offense is gonna be dirty. Dirty birds.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be a scary offense. I think the Falcons got off to that hot offensive start last year. I think they had like a couple 40-pointers in a row, 40-point games in a row
And
early
still
on.
lost because that defense is trash.
So I think they go get their guy right there at tight end, and then for the rest of the time, they're just gonna go defense,
Yeah.
which actually probably
I
isn't a
think
bad
that's a
move for them.
good
They
move
should.
for sure.
Yeah, that was
Oh,
pretty obvious at 4 for Atlanta, taking best player available at 4. No one probably gave him what they wanted for a
in
move
some
up.
people's opinions, he's the second best all-around player in the draft. Like on some boards
Yeah.
that I saw, he was ranked number 2, right behind
Lawrence.
So, picking at 4, if you're getting the second best guy available, or who some might even argue is the best guy in the whole draft, that's pretty big. They're showing a lot of tight end.
Yeah, they're doing tight end
Stuff.
comparisons for Pitts, and apparently he is all 3 of the best tight ends.
He's Darren
in
Waller,
order.
he's
Travis
Kelce, George Kittle,
Middle.
all wrapped up
Stuff
into
in
one
one.
Pitts. Man, he's got some good Pitts.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, I mean,
that was funny.
Oh.
So we have Cincinnati up now as well. So Cincinnati's pick, I believe they're definitely going to go offense. It's either going to be offensive tackle or receiver. They definitely have to help out Joe Burrow. I'm more of a fan of taking that lineman. He got killed and tore his ACL. You want to protect him.
I think it would be absolutely asinine of them to not take Penei Sewell. That offensive tackle is great.
Which, by the way, all 3 of us picked him in every version of our mock draft.
Yeah, and this isn't.
No, I should have went with Chase. I thought.
No, you didn't.
Chase? For sure.
You didn't.
Oh no, he goes to Miami. I'm sorry, my bad.
So that's.
I don't even know my own
that
draft.
up, Rich. You bring that up, and that's the only other player I can see them going with, and that's only because not only. He's a great player. I think he's the best wide receiver in the draft. But also, he went to college with Joe Burrows, who is the quarterback of Cincinnati. So I can see them kind of, getting back together, and they did some great things together, I believe, at LSU. So putting that tandem back together wouldn't be a bad move for them. But if you watched any Bengals last year, if you could stomach that at all,
Joe Burrow played very well
really well.
Not so good offense there.
And he had half a second to throw the ball. Their offensive line couldn't block anyone. So I think you build a team by, number one, you get your quarterback, you get your guy that you're going to build your team around. Number 2, the second thing you got to do, you got to protect the guy. So I think, offensive line. I think it'd be stupid for them not to go with offensive line. So I would take that tackle off the board. Another guy that I think some people have as the second best all-around player, third best all-around player in this draft class, top tier, could come into the league and be a top 5 tackle in my opinion, Rich. So I would love if the Bears could have got him, but not a typical move to move up and grab an offensive lineman. So
it's definitely not a sexy move.
So I definitely didn't see that happening at all. But man, I would love a guy like that to be on the Bears. I said the same thing about Quentin Nelson the year that the Colts drafted
we came
him.
so close.
And I remember telling you over and over, like, if that guy's there and we don't take him, it's going to be a mistake. I think he's going to be one of the best linemen
In the league.
in the league, and he probably is arguably the best lineman in the league right now. And God, I'm upset that was not a guy. I remember that year over and over. I said
He fell
Quentin Nelson
far,
or
too.
trade down. Remember over and over. I was
Yeah.
like, it's Quentin Nelson or trade down. It's Quentin Nelson or trade down. No, I think that was the year though we got Roquan.
It was.
So I mean
Yeah.
we ended up okay in that draft anyway, but I was a huge fan of Quentin Nelson. I'm a huge fan of this tackle out of Oregon this year. I think he's going to be a hell of a player.
Yes.
So again, it's not for sure that that's where they're going, but the pick is in right now. So hopefully we'll get to
We'll
feel
find
that
out
soon.
what it is. Also, want to answer another viewer's question here. Kyle Pitts is definitely legit. I believe he's going to be one of the top 10 tight ends in the league as a rookie. And with going to Atlanta, he could probably be better than top 10 because that's a pass-happy offense there.
Yeah, definitely. I think you kind of put it before the draft, I think, when we were talking, so you viewers didn't get to hear. You were like, oh, he's going to be a guy that's probably not going to hit that 1,000 yards, but he'll have like 8 to 10 touchdowns. So I think that's very possible. Not many offenses pass the ball more than Atlanta. So and he's big, he's strong, and for being that big and strong, he has the footwork, he has all the athletic ability in the world. I think he's going to be really good. I think he's going to step on the field this year and probably be a top 5 tight end in the league.
Yeah.
So to a long answer, short, or short answer long. Yes, I think he's legit.
Nice. I'm still waiting for the Bengals pick to come in on this as well. So it's really funny how after the first pick here, everything's starting to move along pretty quickly, which is also nice because really don't like that lingering too often for the picks. It does kind of make the draft drag on a little bit more than what you would want.
I mean, at this point, you kind of have a board, right? And that's what most teams do. They have a draft board or a big board, as it's called. If your guy is gone, you go to the next guy. I've never understood. I mean, the NFL has obviously made this kind of more of a show, and they've dragged it out so they can, get commercials and have people pay a bunch more money and drag it out so they can show all these highlights and do all this stuff. But at the same time, it's like the draft could probably be the first round. They could probably knock out in under an hour pretty easily because, if your guy's gone, you take the next guy, and that's pretty much...
Unless you're calling in for a trade.
Right.
So...
I thought it was interesting before the draft. They were talking about, there was like breaking news. Atlanta is taking calls about the 4th overall pick, but will likely not trade it. Like,
that's every team.
How is that breaking news in any sense of the word? I'm sure everyone's taking a call. Any team, I'm sure, even Jacksonville with Trevor Lawrence there is taking a call. And if they're saying, we'll offer you a first-round pick for the next 20 years, would you take it?
Yeah. Jacksonville's picking up that phone and just hanging right up. That's what Jacksonville's doing for theirs. But every other team, they're going to maybe take a listen, and then as soon as they hear something they don't want, it's going to be an immediate click.
Yeah.
For sure. So that is that. Also talking about news in the NFL as well. What about all this Aaron Rodgers wanting to leave Green Bay on the night of the draft?
Yeah, crazy, right?
Very Aaron Rodgers-esque.
I believe it. I believe it wholeheartedly.
I don't think so. He ain't going nowhere.
He's not going to play another game for the Packers ever again.
That is awesome.
Oh, whoa!
Jamar Chase!
That took a turn.
They went with Jamar Chase, so Joe Burrow's going to get his other ACL destroyed, but they got a receiver.
Yeah, that's an interesting move. I don't like it. I think if you were not going to take the tackle, I think that's the obvious move. So I think it had to be one of those two guys. I don't love it though, and I mean the only thing I can say is this draft at offensive tackle is a deep draft. Um, so they can still, turn around and get a starting caliber tackle or guard in the next round. Um, but when that tackle is there, I don't see how you're
Yeah.
gonna take him.
I don't know. Honestly,
I don't
I
understand
don't. I
that
think
either.
teams kind of underappreciate what the tackle's there for. Like I feel like they just kind of look over it. I think there's a lot of teams. I don't know. I know obviously the Bears. We've been saying it for how many drafts now. Like we just don't have a very good like offensive tackle to kind of help protect our QB. And I think there's other teams that do the same. I think there's some out there that really feed into that, and it gives their quarterback more time. And I think that kind of lets the quarterback do a lot more reads. And I wish more teams kind of focus on that.
This is interesting
Yeah.
though, with Chase off the board, and now it's Miami.
I was just about to
Now
ask that.
what?
How do they need tackle help? Or are they going with receiver to give Tua some more weapons there? Like, do they need? Because if Miami doesn't need that tackle, I thought they were going to go receiver.
I think
for
that,
sure.
Yeah, I had them taking
Tua needs
Chase.
some weapons.
I obviously had them taking Chase, so I do think they need a receiver.
Same.
But Rich, I think they could go offensive line here with that tackle there. I wouldn't be shocked if they did. I wouldn't be shocked if they didn't.
Yeah.
I think offensive line is one of those positions where you can never have too many good players. I think there's a couple positions. The offensive line, the defensive line, or actually mostly on defense in general. I'll put it this way. The offensive line, receiver, and then I'll actually go defensive back are the three most important positions that you can't have too many people because they're always, switching out. You have the injury problem. You can never protect your quarterback too much.
That is true.
So I think, again, if an elite, tackle is there, if I was the Dolphins, I would at least think about it. And actually, this is one of the quickest pick is in we've seen all nights. The pick is in already for the Dolphins. They're not putting it up yet, but that was probably the quickest one we've seen all night. So
I definitely agree. I'm actually. This is when draft starts getting exciting, when players are getting taken when you don't expect it. Makes this flow a little bit better now. Because, like I said, like with the Dolphins too, like is it tackle or receiver? If it's receiver, I'm going Waddle. I think the Dolphins might go with Waddle here because you need help.
Yeah.
For Tua, the offensive line didn't look horrible or that bad. So
I think that's essentially it, right? I think it's got to be a wide receiver. Miami can definitely use a wide receiver. They can't keep putting Devontae Parker out there as their number one receiver year after year after year, and that's all you got type of thing. But again, you can never protect the quarterback too much, so too fast. Yeah, so
too big.
I feel like either they locked it in right away because they were looking at Waddle the whole time over Chase, or they saw that tackle fall and right away they're like, get him,
Yeah.
So I think those are the only two reasons.
Dolphins just did trade one of their linemen as well recently, so picking up the tackle here will definitely be beneficial for them. Plus, Dolphins still have another pick in the draft as well because of the trades they made previously. They have multiple first-round picks. They are just kind of collecting them for the next couple of years
they have
here.
Pick 15, something of that.
Yeah.
No, that's Patriots.
Yeah.
Something in that
12.
range, though.
No, that's the Eagles. Eagles traded down to 12. Dolphins,
it's something in that range, though. It's like mid to late teens. Yeah, well, you'll see it at the bottom, I guess. Scroll across here. But yeah, they're going to get probably two pretty elite players here in this first round. Again, they say this every year, Rich, but I think it's a pretty deep draft in general for a lot of positions. So I think
offensive line, this is the deepest it's been in a while.
Yeah, offensive line, it's deep, which is really nice. And actually, wide receiver, it's a pretty deep draft class at wide receiver. So I will love to see the Bears probably get one of those offensive linemen this year. I would be pretty disappointed if they don't grab an offensive lineman in the first round or second round.
Yes.
If they wait until late in the draft, to take an offensive lineman, or they don't take one at all, I think that'll be kind of a
No,
loss.
they're taking someone within the first couple rounds.
I
And
would hope
Dolphins
so.
is at 18. That is where they pick. They pick at 18.
Yeah, that's. I like how early they said pick is in, but they're just not. They're still talking about Chase.
Yeah.
And they're not like actually putting it up there. Detroit's gonna pick and like be done by the time they even tell us who the Dolphins picked. And then, everyone will just move on with their lives because nobody cares about Detroit anyway. And then they're probably just never even going to tell us who they got. So
Just skip over Detroit
Yeah.
altogether.
they just remove Detroit from the league.
Unimportant. Moving on.
They just take Detroit out and just replace them with Alabama.
I think Alabama would probably do better than Detroit.
I think a lot of people would argue that, Rich. I mean, they have half of the first round. All right, here we go. Dolphins pick is in. And let's see. They took Waddle.
They took Waddle!
So, who had Waddle?
Wow.
Going to Miami?
No one had Waddle.
Because everyone had Chase.
We all had Chase.
Everyone had Chase. And this is why draft boards get messed up. Thanks a lot, Bengals.
I was going to say, I could have sworn I had Waddle, but that was the mock draft I did like 2 weeks ago.
Wow. Actually, I'm not too surprised by that pick. That makes sense. Two needs more weapons. Our offensive line is already pretty solid. That one's not a total surprise to me, but now Detroit.
I never even put in Cincinnati.
Oh, man. All right. Both of those in now. Yeah. So, Waddle, Alabama. Actually surprised Waddle went over Devontae Smith. I think he was an overall better receiver, but Waddle has that breakaway speed. He's a little bit shiftier.
Yeah, I had
For
Waddle.
that-
I had Waddle going earlier in my mock, which I think early on people were kind of surprised by. But I guess there's a lot of people I think projecting that. But I think you can't go wrong with either one of those two guys. I think again they went to the same school. They both had the numbers. If one person didn't have great numbers, the other one had great numbers. So I think you could go wrong with either one. They kind of had one had some positives here, while one had some positives there. They're both a little small, actually, but they say that a lot about a lot of guys
receivers.
that come in and have played really, really well in the NFL. So
Yes. That is very true. Also, they say Detroit's pick is in. I guess at this point now,
we're
Detroit, not only rolling, but Detroit should definitely take the tackle.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Penei Sewell?
I
Did I
think
say
he-
that? Did I pronounce that correctly?
that's how I've been pronouncing it.
Okay,
Rich, so.
cool. So, got a name right. Let's go.
Well, I didn't say it was right. I just said that's how I've been saying it.
Oh, well, you're a better wordsman than me, so let's keep it that way.
Yeah, but I'm like a wordsman, like journeyman. I'm on like class 1, and they still haven't promoted me there. I've been there for like 6-7 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's I'm not moving up very fast.
Yeah, well, I've never moved up at all, so still
That's
doing
true.
better than me.
That's
So,
true. Have you ever thought because you're so short, you can't like reach like high enough to like move up? You can't like reach that next level.
I mean,
because
I was
of
gonna
your
go.
stature?
I was gonna go more with my glasses that I
Can't
really can't see.
Yeah.
I was gonna go more so with that since we're talking about words than
Mm.
physically climbing something.
See,
But that's just my take.
that's true. I remember that time I knocked your glasses off, and you were like Velma from Scooby Doo, just like, where are
Pretty
my
much.
glasses? Where are my glasses? And crawling on the floor.
Yeah, I
like
wasn't
an idiot.
crawling on. Yeah, probably. But anyways, Detroit's pick is in. I believe is going to be the tackle. If you just got,
I'm going. And
Goff. You got to protect him.
oh yeah, but Golf isn't the guy.
Yeah,
No.
but still, you got
See
to
that,
protect your
and
guy
and a
though.
lot of people think they might actually go quarterback here after trading for Jared Goff because no one actually wants Jared Goff on their team. But but I don't see that, Rich. I'm thinking they're gonna keep it rolling, and they're gonna go with Waddle's teammate.
Devontae
You
Smith,
go with Devontae Smith. You never really
give him the weapon
really
that golf
have
needs.
great receivers. Then you get Kenny Galladay. He struggled with injuries last year and then leaves in the offseason. Who doesn't matter who's back there. Who are you gonna throw it to without having a receiver? So I think they might go with a receiver here. So I guess whoever they throw back there will have someone to throw it to.
Yeah,
That's who I had on one of mine was Devontae Smith here.
Yeah.
really,
that-
to the Lions?
Yeah, to the Lions. That was
Who did I have for the Lions? Did I go?
Waddle.
Jalen Waddle.
Waddle.
Yeah.
So I still went receiver.
Yeah.
So if they definitely go
But
with
again,
Devontae Smith,
They
then
just lost Kenny Galladay.
Yeah.
It's like they had to replace him, and it's
Which-
like maybe they let him walk because they knew
That they get one of the
that
receivers.
that it was going to be a deep class of receiver.
oh
I
my
really,
God.
I kind of hope they go quarterback, but I don't see it happening. But
I kind
kinda
of hope so too, because that's gonna ruin that guy. He ain't
And-
make it
and
out of
it's gonna,
Detroit.
That's going to ruin people's draft because no one's not that no one's expecting it, but there's a lot of people that aren't expecting Detroit to take a
Yeah.
quarterback. So people are like, oh, like he's going to fall to us. Like maybe like Denver or like the Patriots or even
Yeah.
Washington are like, oh, our guy's falling.
I
And then
don't
like
know.
the Lions swipe in and just ruin everyone's
Detroit's
day
head
like they usually
coach
do.
is a big trench guy. He was talking about breaking kneecaps and stuff
Oh,
and
yeah.
like gnawing at them.
Oh, why did
So
I
I
get
could
that guy?
I could see them taking that tackle just off the head coach mentality they got going on there.
Rich, I think
Well,
we
that's
should
one
have
of those maulers.
got that guy on for tonight. I would have loved to see that guy in third chair, just like giving us, you think he's busy tonight?
I don't know, man. He is in Detroit. I mean, we got about 9 viewers right now, so I feel like it would get bumped up a little bit from some Detroit fans, but I don't think they would enjoy
Yeah.
our jersey choices.
I'm not sure.
For
Does
the night.
Detroit have more or less than 9 viewers this year?
I want
It's
to
got to
say
be close.
it-
Oh, there they are.
no,
There's the
I'm gonna
9.
say it
They're
has
putting
to
them out
be
there.
at least 20 to 30.
No, right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
9.
9.
9. Oh, they got a guy in a chair. They have 9 total, and I think that's it.
All right. So all 9 fans made it to
Throw a
Cleveland.
comment at us if you have a friend that's a Lions fan, and we will pray for you. And that's coming from a Bears fan. That's almost sad.
Yeah, our team isn't managed too much better here. They took the tackle.
Yep.
Penny Sewell.
Oh, I like pre-drank
So-
for that one, like accidentally.
Well, none of us got that
Yep,
right.
no one. I still cannot believe he fell to 7. That is, oh man, and I hate that he went to Detroit too, because that guy's gonna be good. I
Yeah.
hate when our division
they're
gets
probably-
good, actual good.
They're probably
players.
like looking at it like someone's got to block Khalil Mack. But, he's not going to play like left side or right side like tackle. He's just going to play Khalil Mack side and like
Go
like,
find Mac and go line
It's gonna
up
be
over
like
there.
it's gonna be like a cornerback versus
Yeah.
receiver matchup. Just like wherever Mack lines up, that's where you go. It's like,
Also, Packer Smith too. That guy's a very good blitzer as well. That's like 2 big time blitzers, guys that are in the
Zadarius or
backfield.
Preston?
I have no idea. His last name's Smith, and I'm just gonna leave it at
I
that.
think Zadarius has been a lot better than Preston. So.
Yeah. We've already went over. I am not a wordsman.
Yeah, you struggle
So-
with Z's for sure.
Yeah, because Z is a very unpopular letter.
Let's throw this one out. I'll throw that one.
So I guess now Panthers, they're on the clock. They got a few minutes left.
Did you say they're on a cock?
that? Not even a little bit.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
said they're on the clock.
Wow,
Can we figure that out,
Adam,
please?
let's.
So I don't know if you remember who you guys picked. I had 2 different options for them, either potentially going with a offensive tackle or going with a cornerback.
I think Carolina, I feel, does not. I mean, a corner would definitely help Carolina, but I don't think that's a need. I had them taking a offensive lineman, I believe.
Yeah, you
Yep,
had
we
them
wanted
taking
to check.
Rashawn Slater.
Yep,
which-
Slater. For
I mean,
Carolina.
that was one of my options. I was thinking either Rashawn Slater if I wanted to go, offensive tackle, or I went with Patrick Surtain for, a
Yeah.
CB.
I think I had something similar.
You had Rashawn Slater as well for one of yours, and then the
Okay.
other one for the out there one is if Trey Lance would have dropped, which obviously at this point.
No way. I did not have them take Trey Lance.
Wait.
No way.
You on one of them skipped. You skipped Carolina on one of yours, so I don't know who you picked.
No, you know what it is? That was my trade. I had Carolina trade out.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
I had someone trading up
Yeah, you had Washington trade up.
to take Trey Lance.
Okay, I got it.
So that was my trade up pick. Was that
That would have
maybe
been a solid move.
But I mean, maybe Washington's going to come out of nowhere and take Justin Fields, who is now falling,
Yes.
or maybe the Patriots. I think those were. I think because Carolina, like you kind of said, yes, I think it would make sense for them to take the best corner available. Yes, I think it would make sense for them to take the best tackle available, which they would have been, shitting themselves if Penei Sewell fell to them.
Yeah.
I think.
That would have been a gimme pick.
But because they already got their quarterback, theoretically, in Darnold, I don't think they take quarterback here, which some people still think they might go quarterback. I
Who's
disagree.
ever saying that's just absurd.
But since they already got their guy, I was thinking maybe this would be a pick that Washington or the Patriots or possibly even the Bears would trade up to this point to get their quarterback.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's only 30 seconds left. Oh, pick is in.
Oh,
They
it's
did
actually
not,
in? I thought it was
they
going to be a
didn't
trade.
They didn't trade it.
Oh, snap.
So I guess my trade one's wrong. Oh, boy.
Also, we are updating our ticker as picks come in, except for the Cincinnati pick. We completely ignored that one, but it
I
is
think
currently
it's 'cause
updated.
we were surprised. We were like,
Yeah.
oh, wait.
We were so surprised by that pick, we forgot to update our ticker.
We will, also, just so you guys know, we will be taking a short, probably 3 to 5 minute break after we discuss the number 8 pick. But we will be back shortly after that. If you guys want to go grab another beer or go use the restroom or something like that, we will be back shortly.
Yes, we'll be back shortly, and we are going to be switching video personnel as well.
We may come back slightly better looking even.
Well, I don't think the camera's going to help me that much, but I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, unfortunately, they say the camera adds 20 pounds.
I thought it was supposed to take away 20 pounds.
No, it adds 20 pounds.
It adds?
Yeah.
It adds 10 pounds.
Whatever, 10
Ooh,
pounds.
Man.
The point is, Rich, I'm sorry, it does not add 10 inches to your height or your other
Yeah.
areas.
So again, let's keep this focused on football here. My height is irrelevant to
I'm just saying,
the
Rich,
NFL draft.
you have
here.
athleticism, but you cannot play receiver because
I
you're
mean,
too short.
they do focus on height a lot in the draft. I think that is something to definitely think about.
And so, to be honest, from what I heard, when they talk about height, sometimes they are talking about the height of something else.
Let's stay away from this, Adam.
Okay.
We could only correct you so many times.
Okay.
So, yeah, the pick for the Panthers is in. We are still waiting for the commercial ads that pay the NFL.
Look how beautiful.
I love that they
Cleveland
can't do the commercial
Yeah.
ads while the time is ticking down. They have to say the pick is in, then go to the ads.
The pick is in. Let's go to commercial.
And then they'll come back and maybe finally tell us.
Okay, the NFL is saying that this is the biggest season ever.
What makes it the biggest season?
Because
Yeah.
fans would finally come back to the stadium. They already
Oh,
announced
I
it.
thought it was the extra week.
I think they're alluding, that they added that week.
The 1 week ad.
Yeah. So,
Biggest
Oh.
season ever.
yeah.
Oh, okay, I get it.
But
now.
yeah, I think even Lightfoot announced that they're
Yeah.
gonna do 25% capacity at the stadium.
They went
Corner.
corner. JC Horn.
JC
That totally
Horn.
must have.
Yeah.
My corners were going 9 and 10.
JC Horn, I can't fault them. Their defense was pretty shit last year. So they thought they, got the best corner available. I think you can argue that it was JC Horn or Patrick Surtain.
Mine was JC Horn. If you look at my draft, I was having the Broncos take JC Horn and then Dallas taking Patrick Surtain. Jr.
Yes.
So yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I had those swapped. I had Dallas taking J.C. Horn.
Yeah. So last year, I don't know if anyone remembers this. Last year, the Panthers became the first team in the modern draft era to only draft defensive players, and it looks like they are
Doing it
taking
again.
off right where they left off. I definitely think they could have used some help offensively protecting Darnold since he's never been protected in his life.
Yeah.
But I guess they saw needs on the defense instead. But I can't fault the pick. I think J.C. Horn is going to be a good player.
Yeah, that's a very solid pick. I mean, I feel you can't go wrong with this pick. He's going to be a starter from day one. He's going to help out that defense, lock some people down.
And I believe that's like Joe Horn's like son.
It is. It is Joe Horn's son and Patrick Surtain Jr., who also played his son as well. Both corners are fathers of players. One receiver, one corner.
Yeah. Joe Horn was a really great player. For anyone that doesn't know Joe Horn, look up some of his stuff. He was pretty good.
Yeah. He's the one who took the pen out, signed the football in New Orleans, and threw it out to the fans when receivers were allowed to have fun when they scored touchdowns.
Yeah. So, all right. So, like I said, we're going to take a short 3 to 5 minute break. I hope all of you come back and hang out with us when we return. Thanks for hanging with us so far, and hopefully you've enjoyed us so far. Thanks. We are back. All right. As we were gone, we just saw that Denver, the Broncos, took Patrick Surtain the second in the first pick, the corner out of Alabama, who was great last year.
Yeah, I don't hate that at all. I did have an idea. I don't know. I thought that it's definitely a possibility that they could have traded down because, I mean, I don't know if they were really going to care enough about any of the top people, and maybe they could have gotten something a little bit later on. But I definitely agree. I think they did a good job picking that, and I don't think they go wrong.
Well, yeah, and you have Fields there still. I think that was kind of your reasoning for
That's
maybe
true.
someone trying to trade up, like be aggressive and trade up here.
Yeah, because as we said, there's several other quarterbacks, right, or quarterbacks that, or teams that want the quarterbacks. I mean, with Justin Fields there, I can name. I mean, if Rodgers is actually unhappy in Green Bay, would they want to trade up for it? Bears. I mean, we desperately need someone. So Washington, Patriots. Yeah, there's so many teams right now that really need that.
Really could probably still use, a starting caliber quarterback. So I kind of liked your move of having Denver trade down. Obviously, that's not what happened. They went with who I think could be the best corner in the draft. I think you can't go wrong there. Again, defensive back is one of those positions that I feel like you can never have too many of them. So I like that. I didn't think corner was one of their biggest needs, though, to be honest, because they just picked up Kyle Fuller, who I think is still one of the best, probably 10 corners in the league. So I'm kind of surprised, I guess, that they went with corner, but again, I can't fault them there.
Yeah, that's definitely for sure. And now we got Dallas over here on the clock. They got 5 minutes left, kind of on their pick. What do we think, Rich? What do we have on our mock drafts?
Everyone picked corner for Dallas, so everyone is not doing well.
We're really wrong.
Everyone has Patrick Surtain or Horn, so our Dallas pick is
Both
also
being
not going super well, and Matt Jones is looking pretty salty right now.
I mean, if you watched any Cowboys game last year, I mean, they knew how to score. Their biggest issue was the fact that they couldn't stop teams scoring on them. I mean, I think they were one of the few teams that when you looked at their score, they were around 40 points, and they were still losing games, which is insane.
True. Yeah,
they
definitely.
really need to work on defense.
I really think Dallas would kind of be wrong here if they didn't go defensive player, time after time, until maybe the late rounds where they'll start kind of branching out. But yeah, I don't know. I really don't know who's the best defensive player you guys think is still available at this point.
Best defensive player for Dallas at this point, you're either going to take a linebacker from Penn State, or I think I would go the interior lineman from Alabama.
Barmore.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a bad pick. That's for sure.
Both of those would be my top two defensive guys for Dallas right now. And Dallas trades the pick to the Eagles.
Oh, well, that's interesting.
In division trade.
I don't know if I like them.
You don't see that very often, and I think that is very much. They were probably going after one of those corners. They were both gone, and they're like, well, shit, where do we go now?
Yeah.
Let's just trade it. You don't see that very often, an in-division trade, and I wonder who they're trading up for.
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of surprised by that move. Smith is still available, right?
Yeah. I already had him at the Eagles to begin with. So the Eagles trade up and take Devontae Smith. Giants were not going to take another receiver. They just got in Kenny Galladay.
So, that would be an interesting move if they traded up and then took the receiver who it would likely fall to them anyway.
This is like Bear-esque trade from Trubisky.
Well, maybe that's why they traded it. Dallas's entire draft room was empty. Maybe they just did. It was just that one chick sitting there, and she's like, I don't know who to pick. Trade it. Who's up?
I think that's interesting that the Eagles even thought that was worth it. I mean, to go up 2 picks, I really don't think that's really going to do a lot.
Have they announced what they gave away to move up there?
They have not. No. They also have not updated their tickers or anything either. So as of right now, Philly still has the 12th pick as well. So I'm very intrigued on what
they gave away.
Gave away.
Oh, there they go. They just changed it. Dallas at 12.
Okay, there we go.
They
Okay.
literally just changed it. Dallas at
Alright.
12. So we know
Nice.
they at least swapped. Yeah. Oh yeah. We need to.
Yeah.
We
Gotta
also
figure out
need
how
to
to do
update
that.
our own ticker as well.
Yep.
Yeah. Alright. That's the wrong one.
No.
Yeah.
Wow.
Down
Let's.
here.
I don't know.
Maybe
what
I should have been the clicker. Right.
I 100% agree. I did not want this job.
Okay. So we are going with.
Yeah, we have to do some changing on our ticker as
Okay.
well.
So instead of Dallas here, Philly.
And
And
then change
then, yep.
Philly.
I'm still confused by this trade because Dallas isn't going to take another receiver.
Yep.
That would make no sense. The Giants, again, they might have
Yeah, they
taken
should
a
be coming out
receiver,
soon.
maybe, but again, the Giants aren't in
I
for a receiver.
I guess I wouldn't be
such a weird trade-off.
I guess I wouldn't be
Yeah, it really
absolutely
is.
shocked if like Devonta Smith fell to the Giants if they would have taken him thinking, oh, Saquon, Devonta Smith, and Kenny Galladay. It's like even what's his face would look good out there.
But
Daniel
is that
Jones.
where you want all of your like cap space kind of going? Is to one
That's what
position?
the Cowboys do? And they're in the same division. Maybe they're like, if we become the Cowboys too, we can not win playoff games like they do.
But they'll score points.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sell tickets, scoring those points all day long.
Yeah, I agree with that pick. I think let's offer Becky the job. We'll have like some sort of like battle royale with Rich and Austin. All right, here they just announced it. Eagles get number 10. Cowboys get the 12th pick, so they move back 2, and they got a third round for next year.
No, 2021.
Oh, did it say
Third round
2021?
this year.
Usually when they post
Interesting.
when they say that, they actually put the number.
They did. It said 2021.
Okay. So yeah, they traded a third round pick essentially for this year to move up 2 spots, which I guess isn't like a ton of draft capital, but we'll see who they go with. The pick is now in. Very interested.
Yeah,
I don't feel like he's gonna be Devontae Smith.
I think it will be too. I mean, they just got rid of Alshon Jeffrey and they got rid of Deshaun Jackson.
Yeah.
They're lining up like Rieger or something. I think is their number one guy that they're
number 1 from last year.
Yeah, and I think that's like the only like receiver that they have on their roster that has like talent.
Or is supposed to have talent.
Yeah, he underperformed last year.
Yes.
So I think they definitely need a receiver.
They were also, what is it, from last year's draft, Minnesota was laughing when the Eagles drafted Rieger over Justin Jefferson.
Mm-hmm.
Minnesota's draft room was laughing. It was just like, all right, we'll take him.
Yeah.
Right.
Justin Jefferson played alongside Jamar Chase at
he
LSU.
Really?
So those two are friends, and I saw an interview with Jamar Chase that pretty much said, if Justin Jefferson can do what he did last year, it's going to be crazy to see what I can do, essentially saying that he's even a better player than Jefferson, and Jefferson obviously performed very well last year.
Well, I'm definitely curious
Eagles
with
pick is coming in.
I think
what
this is
they're
the most
doing.
interesting that's happened so far, even though we've been wrong on almost every pick already. But this takes
I
it
got
to
the number 1 pick right.
another degree of interest. Yeah, there it is.
Yep.
So we all had the pick right? Almost all of us had Devontae Smith.
We just had the number wrong for the Eagles.
Well, I'll still freely drink, but I'm going to count that as being correct for all you that are keeping score at home. Next.
Done, I think. Yeah. There we go.
Oh, that's what I'm asking. God, Rich is such a...
This is why one technical person is really better way to go.
Rich, you should have just been like a dwarf, like under the table, and then like we would have gone from there.
How is that going to help us at all?
I mean, if you guys really wanted to.
He could have reached up over and
No.
like.
We should have hooked up just a monitor.
Right.
I don't think you're right.
All right. So, anyways, quick
Yeah.
release by Devontae Smith here.
Yeah.
He's a very good polished receiver.
Yeah.
I think he's actually, I believe he's the second best receiver, even though he was not selected the second
He doesn't
receiver.
look that big though.
He's not.
Yeah.
That's
His
their knock
route
on him.
running is so good, where route running is so underrated on the field. Most of the good route runners out of college normally do extremely well because, again, they already know how to run their routes instead of having to learn how to run different routes at the NFL level. He's already prepared to do that. Now he just has to start learning how to read a defense.
Obviously, that's one of the reasons why, people from Alabama typically get drafted higher is they're usually kind of talked about as the most NFL ready because they play in a system similar to the NFL. They're playing, against other players that are also going to be taken high, on that draft board. So they're playing against players that are also going to be starting in the NFL. So that's definitely interesting.
I would really hope that we're not taking a punter.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I really hope not.
A punter?
Then I'm going off reading one of the comments here.
I'd be, I would be, I think, more disappointed with that than even the Mitch Trubisky trade up. If the Bears traded up and took a punter. But maybe the guy's really good, and maybe he could also be a quarterback as well.
Yeah, this is also coming from our Detroit fan as well, who also his team. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Got the very good tackle for your team finally.
That was a good
So,
move.
Giants trade pick to the Bears.
All right, so are we completely shocked by this?
I mean, I'm not shocked at all for trading up, but at this point,
we only traded up 9 spots. And who you guys think it's going to be? Justin Fields? Mac Jones?
It better be Justin Fields. I swear
really
if we take Mac Jones, I'm going to be so pissed.
Now, are you just going to end up walking out if they don't take a QB at all?
Well, I kind of can't. I still am on live for
all right, let's all
the draft
make
I
a
really
bet.
Can't just leave.
Let's all make a bet. Okay, these are the 3 options. You got Justin Fields, Mac Jones. Actually, we'll have 4. Justin Fields, Mac Jones, punter, or other. What do you guys think?
I would go punter over Mac Jones.
Oh boy,
wow.
That's pretty
all
high.
All right. I mean, I'd still take Mac Jones.
And also too, after watching that little trade up, I swear we better not be giving away our farm system for this trade up.
Yeah, I really hope it's not like where we traded away a first round pick for the next 3 years or something like that. I don't know. Let's see what we gave away. If we only gave away like a third or a fourth or a future
Mac Jones
second,
is still gonna sit there. Sorry.
Well, I mean, the Bears already made it quite obvious that they would do almost anything to trade up. So I wouldn't be surprised if they really kind of took advantage of us at that point.
So yeah, I think that was kind of that report that came out was the Bears had a number in mind, and if their quarterback fell to a certain number.
Justin Fields just only left his house.
That they were going to trade
not
up.
going to the Bears. No one's there. No one's home.
And he left his phone sitting on the couch too. So he's like,
they were like, Justin, come back. We need to see you on TV.
So this is a good sign. Good sign. Looks like Justin Fields might be the pick here. Hopefully, they whole family slowly coming back to the living room.
So this is interesting. New most interesting thing that's happened so far. Let's see what we gave away. I think that'll really depend on if I like it of what we gave away. But as I was saying, there is that report that came out that essentially said the Bears had a number in mind that if one of the quarterbacks fell to a certain number, that they were going to trade up and take him. Apparently that number was 11. So we'll see.
I mean, if they end up going with Justin Fields, I definitely would be extremely happy. I know Bears all the time, they always trade up, but I don't know if we always like how they end up trading up. I think most of the time we don't. But if they actually take Justin Fields at this point, I mean, I'm going to rave him about that. I would definitely be very happy. I have so far not been very happy with what I've heard in the off season, so I'd like the Bears to actually do something, I guess, that I'd agree with.
Yeah, I just hope we didn't give up too much. Like, if we traded away, like, our first round for next year, but got a second round or even a third round or third and fourth, something like that back, I would actually be pretty okay with that. What do you think? What do you think, Rich?
If we get Justin Fields, I love the pick. Again, it does come to the compensation. What did it cost us? Because as good as Justin Fields can be, he still needs to be protected. So
Yeah. So I really hope we
yeah,
didn't give away like our second or third round pick
Yes.
this year because we really need that pick to get a lot, like an offensive lineman.
yes,
I think.
I agree. I mean, we should have only swapped our first round this year, and that's it.
All right,
Maybe
here it
a
is.
second or
They're
third
making
next
the
year.
announcement.
Oh, this is nerve-wracking.
It just goes silent.
Right, I'm like,
oh boy. And
I was kind of hoping you'd go
Roger
faster.
Goodell is like, he's like putting an audition out for being like the talker of the year or something. Just tell us who the pick is and let's move on with our lives.
Oh boy.
He's just really going. He's on his like soapbox.
Okay, so
We gotta know all like the background at this point, you know.
paid advertisement. Okay, here we go. So in our comment section here, we have our Detroit fan watching the draft somewhere else. Bears are trading up for a Miller Lite, or they're picking a Miller
my God.
Lite.
If we trade it up, I mean, if it's a first round pick, you at least got to take like, I don't know, something better than that, like a 3-1-2 or something to take over Miller Lite. Come on.
Man, I'd rather take a Bush over Miller. Dang.
Yeah, same.
Let's be honest.
Actually, a sneaky pick, Coors Light.
I don't know if that's a sneaky pick. I feel Bush was sneaky.
Oh, okay. Austin's betting his life. It's not Justin Fields, so if
come
he's
on,
wrong,
Austin.
we definitely get to punch him in the nuts.
Ooh, wow.
So
that escalated pretty quickly.
It really
I mean,
did,
it's
honestly.
either that or his life. He bet his life on it. It's Justin Fields!
Yes.
Okay.
Good. He does not up the lag again. At least I hope that's a lag.
Very excited.
He gets to stay close to home.
I think
are more excited than Justin Fields.
I'm still
but
like,
I'm okay with it.
I'm still kind of like, I like it.
I want to know the compensation still.
I like it.
Not
At this point, I like it. Don't love it. Just because, yeah, what did they give away? That's the big question. What did they give away? Because if they didn't give away a lot, I love it. If they gave away the world, then I don't like it.
I mean, if you think about it, though, we really, with all the moves that the Bears made this offseason, we really did open up cap space. Not saying that I want to spend all the cap just trying to protect
Ryan
them,
Pace
but
looks excited, so that's not a good sign. And Matt Nagy.
You know who's going to be super excited? Andy Dalton.
And yeah, that's right. Dude, this is just like that. This reminds me just
Mike
like that
Glennon.
year when we signed
Yep.
Mike Glennon and then drafted Mitch. So
Yeah.
I think
Interesting.
Justin Fields definitely is more proven than Mitch. But Mitch, they were like going on and on about his upside and this and that. Look at that ball.
I mean, at least it looks like he can at least do some movement based on the clips that they're just showing.
He also ran one of the fastest quarterback times.
Yeah, that's true. He's got a lot of traits. And a thing that some people might be knocking him on, it came out just before the draft, that he actually does have a very slight form of epilepsy. So there's people that might be concerned about his health going forward. But, I mean, if the guy's battled through epilepsy, and again, if it's something slight, then, more power to him. And obviously he's performed this well, and he's gotten this far with, I guess, that ailment. So I guess more power to him. And
definitely.
That almost gives him, like, even a little bit more respect in my mind.
I mean, he's worked pretty hard to be able to be at this point and even overcoming what he's had to in his personal life then. I mean, I give the man props, and I really hope that he can not only make all of the city of Chicago proud, because we're very harsh on quarterbacks. We don't give them a chance if they don't prove themselves right off the bat. we shit on him and we want to trade him away.
I mean, I
So-
would laugh so hard if he didn't actually have a
Put the
Bears
wrong
hat.
hat on.
He just had like a random hat and he just wrote Bears on it because he didn't like think he was gonna end up there.
It's just like a sticky note. It could be like interchangeable.
Oh,
Here,
man.
let me edit it.
No.
Oh.
Okay.
All right. Well.
Why are you not using the mouse?
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
He never uses a mouse ever.
I always forget.
So,
my
anyways,
success.
Dallas is on the clock at 12 now.
So definitely, guys, write us with your comments. Did you like the pick? Did you not like the pick?
I mean, we already saw at
Did
least
you not
some
like?
people saying they like it.
Did
So
you not like the trade up? Did you like the trade up?
We have some
Okay.
fans here not liking the pick due to
So
his food choices, his food preferences.
All right. So the report is Giants got picked 20, 164, and a 2022 first round pick
Idiots.
Wow.
just to move up. So I think that's a lot.
Another first round pick. Why would you not just give the second one away?
I think that's a lot to give away, guys.
Oh,
I don't love that.
Well,
I
feels
can't-
better perform and play now, because if he does not do well,
I can't fault them for wanting to move up. I can't fault them for taking Justin Fields. I think he's going to be good, but I think that's a little bit much in my opinion. If we would have gotten like a fourth or a third or a second back for next year, I would be happier with that. So I don't know. I'm very torn on this. I don't know if you guys can tell. But
I'm just not happy giving away a first round pick for next year. That doesn't make any sense to move up. You did not move up that far.
yeah.
You did not move up that far. You could have given a second or a third for next year. Or just like you said, Adam, get another pick back in a later round as well. Like,
Yeah, we don't really have that much, draft capital to lose. So
But I mean, teams knew that we'd give up a lot in order to make it up there. I mean, the Giants, they played it well. They got a lot out of it, that's for sure.
Well, I'm sure the Giants were like, oh, there's a bunch of people calling us right now about this
Right.
pick, and they're like, oh, we'll give you more. But that's exactly why you don't release before the draft saying, oh, we'll pretty much do anything if they fall to a certain number, because, look, they fell to a certain number.
It's definitely clear that we're not good on the negotiating front.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
that's been
not
made
at
very
all.
clear.
All right, well, this is the Cowboys traded down. They're picking.
they're taking
in.
tackle.
You
I think
think
they're going to
so?
go Northwestern. They're going tackle, or they're going to go the edge rusher from Michigan.
I'm going the linebacker, Micah
Ooh.
Parsons.
Micah
I think they're
Parsons.
doing
Alright.
it.
Okay. I think Dallas is going to want to start trying to rebuild that offensive line again. They're getting old.
That is true, Rich.
That's true.
They are aging as an offensive line, and that's obviously been the strength of
But
their
they
team.
don't
for
have a
quite some time.
defensive line. That's the thing. Like, I mean, they've even proved it last year.
That you
like,
can put up 40.
You can put up 40 points, and
Well,
you
Atlanta
will
does
still,
that too.
you'll still lose games though. You need a defense.
That was that game, Atlanta versus Cowboys.
Yeah.
Like, each team scored like 50 points. It's just like, all right, like, why
So
did
we
they
wanna
even put a
win.
defense out there? Might as well just give them the points, and we'll like go back and forth until we run out of time. But okay, we got this cowboy. Wait, what is he? He's on like an old dirt road.
Well, I mean, that makes sense to have a cowboy, like, call out the Cowboys pick.
Yeah.
Right? You got to theme everyone. They're smart about
Because
it.
he's the mascot along with, just being a fan.
Wow.
Oh, he's really getting up on.
A lot of the Cowboys
really getting-
fans,
Oh, sorry. Couldn't tell with the mascot.
a lot of the Cowboys fans looking like Jason Garrett.
All right. Well, Cowboys are definitely, they're looking excited. So hopefully,
I was actually like almost surprised that they didn't just like trade down again. Like someone's gonna come
Micah
up.
Parson.
Called it.
Ooh.
I'm surprised
Yeah.
that no one like was trying to trade up to take Mac Jones at this point.
No, dude, Mac
Maybe
Jones
they
is
just
going to go to the
think
Patriots.
people
That
are-
is such a
it's gonna
Patriot
fall.
fit.
Right?
Yeah.
That is such a Patriot fit right there with Mac Jones. Matt Jones to the Patriot. That's like a typical quarterback.
But
The
I can
Patriots
see
would
I can see
enjoy.
Washington trying to make a move to get ahead of the Patriots.
Yeah, I mean Washington, they need
For
someone.
Washington, I would not trade up for no Mac Jones.
Yeah, but that's a Washington move too.
Yeah.
In the draft where they took 2 quarterbacks in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's
Hashtag
because
Kirk Cousins.
yeah. Well, also, if they would have went that route and just drafted Kirk Cousins and got another player than Robert Griffin, that probably would have went pretty well for them.
This footage
because
is not flattering on Micah Parsons. It makes him look small, and he's not a small dude. Like how they shot this.
It really,
They
yeah.
did the opposite of what they do to Tom Cruise, Shot it from that angle that just makes him look small. He's not a small dude.
Maybe that's their technique. They don't want you to realize that he's a bigger guy.
He
And
kind
it's
of
gonna
just
throw
looks like
him
a
off.
receiver playing
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He looks tiny out there, and we just saw an interview with him. He's not super small. I think he is the best linebacker in this draft. I think he's going to be real good. I like.
He's a very fast linebacker. He's a sideline to sideline kind of guy.
He can cover. He can blitz. He can play the run. He can come up and play the run. He's strong at the point of attack. I think he's a good all-around linebacker. I think Dallas made a really good move. Really good move.
Yeah, that's definitely going to help the defense out big time.
I think he possibly could be the best defensive player in this draft.
Wow.
Yeah, I like this move a lot.
I mean, the question is...
Man, he really likes Roger Goodell.
He's very excited.
Yeah.
Well,
they're just holding
I feel like all the first-round picks are pretty excited just to start making millions of dollars.
Right? I mean, yeah, I would be.
I'd be pretty pumped about that.
Oh, Dallas, they came back. See, I told you that's why they traded down. Earlier when they said, oh, Dallas is trading down, they showed this exact room, and it was completely empty other than that one lady, very nice-looking lady sitting there. But she was sitting there all alone, just looking around where the fuck did everyone go? She was just confused. She's like, trade the pick because I don't know who to pick. Jerry Jones was
It's not my job.
over there just shooting up heroin or something. And
Oh my god. Really?
I'm sorry, maybe he wasn't.
Yeah.
What's that? What's the word?
Which
It's
word?
where it's not proven. Someone help me out with words. See, I told you I failed my wordsman classes.
Yeah.
So on a different
Allegedly,
note.
that's the word I was going for. Allegedly, he was doing this. Come on, guys.
Okay.
All right.
So now you're going to blame us because you couldn't remember a word?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Becky, please continue.
Yeah, I mean, let's move on to now the Chargers, who are, up. They've got 3.5 minutes left trying to figure out what we think they're going to be doing.
It's Slater.
Slater.
I agree with Slater on this one. They need
Dude.
offensive line help.
Herbert way impressed me last year.
Yeah.
Justin Herbert played out of his
Phenomenal.
mind last year
Yeah.
without having a good offensive line. If you are able to protect that guy, and
This guy's
Keenan Allen
moving.
is still,
Good.
very good receiver. I expect them to maybe get a tight end later in this draft, maybe rounds 3, 4, something of that nature. You put weapons around this guy, I think the Chargers could be a really dangerous team. So I think the first thing you got to do is protect him. And so I think they would be wrong here to not go with tackle. Now, whether that's Slater or Christian Dirkslaw, I think you can't go wrong with either of those picks.
That is true. There's Mac Jones looking all sad. Each pick now he just keeps losing more and more money. Womp womp. But
That's okay. He'll get picked, like you guys said. There's enough people that need a quarterback. He'll get picked, even if it's later
there's
on.
no way he passes New England.
No way.
No.
If
Yeah.
New England does not select him, I don't
Then
know
there's no way
I don't
he's-
know who's touching him after that.
Okay, there's no way he's passing New England. But if he makes it past New England, then there's no way he'll pass Washington. But if he does, then there's no way he'll make it past New England again because he'll trade back up. Yeah,
Or
see,
that pick.
allegedly. Thank you. See, this lovely lady knew exactly what I meant.
Lovely lady.
Thank you.
Thank you, viewers,
man.
for helping us out with our language here.
You have been promoted to Wordsman Class 2.
And just for the record, so we all know, how many classes are there?
There are 17, actually.
Oh, wow.
I still haven't made it past round 1.
Okay, well,
Alright.
We'll
I
get
wouldn't
there.
have known that.
yeah, should have studied up beforehand.
Rich,
Clearly.
Rich, you are on -3.
I'm not going to confirm nor deny my level.
Yes, there are also 17 negative levels. If you hit 0, then you're just like fine.
Alright.
Just doing good in
Yeah,
life in
you're-
general.
You're no like you're not gonna like
I feel like I'm getting up there.
right, yeah. -3 is not bad, Rich. It's better than -4.
That's very true.
Unless you're playing golf.
Really?
No,
Yeah.
it is good.
No,
I know it
That's
is.
even better.
Yeah.
Okay,
So getting back to football
Oh,
here,
yeah,
we're
so
waiting on the Chargers.
Chargers.
Says pick is in, but haven't
Alright,
seen
so
it
I
yet.
guess we were all thinking they're gonna go offensive line here.
Yes.
Yeah.
I guess
Definitely.
one, why would you go Slater over Derslaw when Slater sat out all of last year? And
Okay, look at how many of the top 12 players that got drafted that sat out as well.
not many.
Not many. Not
Yeah.
that got
Parsons.
drafted.
Parsons sat out for the whole year.
Yeah.
Let's see, who else sat out for the year? On the draft board, Trey Lance sat out for the year. He did not play this year. Let's see, who else on here did not play for the year?
Yeah, and many of them are kind of falling and or haven't been picked yet, though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So would you
Yeah.
go with the guy that actually is coming off of playing a season, or would you go with the guy that hasn't played in as long, but when he was out there, he looked really good?
I go with the guy that looked like really good because Northwestern also plays against Ohio State. They play against the Big Ten.
Mhm.
He went up against Chase Young, who we all know, stud player, stud rusher.
He's also really
Kind of
good
kept
at
him in
Jello wrestling.
check. Kept him in check. So I feel like Slater would be the better pick for the offensive tackle. Also, played for Northwestern. So definitely gonna promote that a little bit more than the other guy.
I think
The
that I
other
don't
guy.
think I don't think they can go wrong with either pick, Rich. But I like your point. I think one almost is a little bit more of an X factor, and one is not as much. But one, I think the upside again is maybe a little higher. But again, I think if they don't go offensive tackle, I think they're completely wrong.
Yeah.
But
Shame Chargers.
I guess if
Bad Chargers.
they don't go with the offensive tackle,
I would
where
go
do you think-
more wide receiver, give Herbert more options.
that he's
Give him.
That's- I
on
mean,
Mel's
not
board,
a
he's a
bad
little higher
option.
up than what I've seen Elijah Moore. I think a lot more people from what I've seen when I was out there have Bateman going as the next wide receiver.
Yeah, but I think the problem is, like, obviously as it's been getting closer, I mean, there's even shows that Elijah Moore, maybe over the last couple of days now, it's been slowly going up. I mean, there's just so many lists out there. It's really hard to try to keep up with all of them and everyone's opinions on it. But this
Yeah.
last week, the list has really been changing a lot
Well,
of
it's
who
kind of-
It always
people
does
It's
rank.
constantly
that.
It
changing
does.
because someone says one thing, and then the media kind of blows it up, and then everyone's like, "Oh, that's true. This guy is like,
And then something
whatever.
else leaks out, and
And
it's like,
it's like, oh, that's true. Well,
whoa!
this guy, like, let's get on the little, like, you type like this, apparently. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing is the media drives these stories, and sometimes people pick up on this and say, oh, well, that's true. And some people are like, okay, that's bullshit. And then, they move on. So you never know what's a smokescreen. You never know what's real. That's why here we talk only the truth. We only talk what we believe, right? We don't say things that we don't believe. Like, I believe Rich is a very nice gentleman.
Oh, cool.
I'll have to agree with that one, yeah.
I'm gonna have to
Good
take
guy.
that compliment because if you guys have been listening for the past hour or two, I do not get a lot of those from Adam, so I have to take them when you get them.
But that's how you know he means them, though. Like, if he gives you a
Sure.
compliment, he means it. He's not gonna completely bullshit you.
Yeah.
I mean,
So I think I agree, Rich. I think if they don't go offensive line here, they'll go with a receiver or maybe a corner. But I don't think there's a corner good enough to take here. So
Yeah,
I
third
think,
I
team.
don't
it'll
think it'd be a
definitely-
good spot to go
I'm going
corner.
Slater.
Unless they go safety,
I'm
but they already have a
lock.
stud
I'm
safety.
gonna lock in
I think-
Slater.
According to a lot of lists, they'd have to.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, yep, okay.
We're all, did anyone have that
Called
pick?
it.
I think I might have.
Not for the Chargers.
Wait.
I think
Yeah.
I might have had that.
I think I had him going already.
Okay.
Good luck.
See, Rich,
Yeah, I'm
you
like-
couldn't figure
okay.
it out either.
No, we want there. Actually, someone, I don't know whose column
I'm
here.
column
Wait,
2 and 3.
Which one? Is it 1,
One and
2,
two.
3? go from left.
All right, one of your picks is
think it's
Slater
yours.
at 13,
Got it.
and then everyone else went with Dershaw.
Like I said, I think I had Slater already going before this.
Yeah.
So I think that's where I was kind of stuck with. I thought OT made most sense for them, but then that I took the next best at that point.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good pick by the Chargers. I'm actually kind of excited for Slater now. Doesn't have to deal with the Midwest bull crap weather anymore. Gets to go to
Sunny
California.
California.
Doesn't have to deal with
California. I hope that's a place like in somewhere in California. It's just California. So people can just show up and be like, California. Yeah, I'm here. I made it. This is my destination.
All right, let's get a bunch of money and make our own town.
Yeah.
Right.
Actually, let's make it an
California.
island like off the coast of California.
I'm in for that.
How many islands are off of the coast of California?
I've had
There's
a plan
probably
for a
about-
long time. You just every time you go over there, you drop a rock, and at some point, it'll build up to an island.
So
Also-
yeah, California's supposed to go like underwater at some point. So I'm pretty sure that island is going to be the first one.
So from everything I know about, taking over islands, all you need is a flag. You just got to show up, put a flag on it, and it's yours. So if anyone has a flag, please let me know. I do not.
Do you want to click on it so I can edit?
What kind of flag are we looking for?
I don't know, like a symbol of
Any kind, you gotta make it your own.
something that represents me. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so now Minnesota, another rival of the Bears. Who we thinking Minnesota's pick's going to be? We got
All
about
right.
like 2 minutes here.
I'm gonna go Kwity Paye, the edge rusher
From Michigan.
I think
I
that'll
like
be a good.
that.
I think that'll be a good pick for them.
I think
they
that
need help.
is, I'm pretty sure that's what. No, I went with the edge rusher from Georgia because I thought,
No, Rich,
Paye
you're looking at the
would've
wrong
been gone.
one. You're up there. You're further over. Next one.
That's yours.
That's you.
Oh wait, were you reading off of mine? Who did I pick?
yeah, I don't know.
You picked Aziz, babe. I
Yeah,
believe it was Aziz Ansari. Oh wait, no.
I had Aziz
No,
going later.
everyone went Aziz.
Oh.
Becky had
Rich,
one
you're still
for the
not looking at
defensive
your
tackle.
own thing.
Yeah, he knows.
I'm
He knows.
making it
He's
there.
working on
Relax.
it.
I had Minnesota taking Paye.
Oh.
And Minnesota trades it to the Jets.
Oh.
Interesting. All right.
Okay, so I don't
Yeah.
like this move, but I kept hearing a rumor that the Jets were going to take a running back in the first round. So do you think this could be a running back, or do you think guard, tackle, receiver? I think again the Jets have so many holes.
Oh, man.
It's like, where do they go? I think
At the top.
If you went with Zach Wilson, if you're trading up to 14,
now you protect him.
you protect them. You got to go with
Dershaw, or do you
Yeah.
go with Elijah Vera Tucker, the guard?
I'd go with the tackle. You got to protect that guy's blind side over the guard. Because, I mean, the guard, yeah, that's going to be helpful. It's still offensive line. That's if you're going to want to run the ball more. But with Zach Wilson in that arm, you're going to want to be trying to air that out.
Minnesota traded the pick.
Wow.
Yeah, I did know so.
So,
Where?
I told you,
Right
Adam,
here.
should have made
Oh,
that
that-
bet that
that's
there's going to be
the
3
wrong
or more trades.
My bad.
Where'd you?
Should have placed
what'd
that
you
bet.
change?
I don't remember.
You didn't change the right thing.
I didn't. That is very true. I thought I changed Minnesota. And I guess not.
Yeah. Jets pick is in.
Okay.
Oh,
At 14,
man.
it's right there.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, we'll
so
figure it out.
Jets, they're really
all
excited.
of our.
There's all their fans right there.
I cannot keep track of our boards anymore. They're complete trash.
Yeah, pretty much.
They're
Yeah,
trash
at this
now.
point, I definitely didn't have the Jets like moving up. at
First
all.
time doing our
Well, they already have
drafts.
2 picks in this round. Why
Yeah.
do you trade up? Like, that's weird. And
Well,
again,
that's what I'm saying.
you have so many holes on that team. Just keep picking the best available player, and you
Yeah.
can't go wrong.
Yeah.
with
But
the
still, if you're
Jets.
trading up, it has to be a tackle. You want to protect your quarterback you just got. There's no, there's still a couple of receivers that are good, but you're not trading away other picks for the receiver. You want to trade picks for that protection. You want to protect your guy.
Yeah, but
just
you don't.
got
You don't.
attitude.
We talked about that earlier, Rich. You don't see that a lot. Teams trading up to take a lineman. You know,
Yeah.
you don't see that very often.
But that's the best move to make. And for the Jets, who have kind of messed up and have done a lot of
No,
very dumb decisions as an organization,
Mhm.
taking that tackle right here would be, I
Just
believe,
love
the
it.
best move.
I think-
But do you think it was worth trading up for that?
That's what I'm saying. I don't love the trade up. If that tackle falls to you, I like it. If I don't. I also don't hate the Elijah Vera Tucker. Again, anything you could do to help your offensive line at this point is, I think,
the way to
not
go.
a bad move. But I don't. I just don't love the trade up when you have so
Or-
many holes.
Hold
Why
on.
give away
wait,
draft
wait,
capital?
wait. It's the Jets. Just to despise the Patriots, they take Mac Jones.
I really kind of hope so. If they take Mac Jones, I'm riding the bus. I would laugh so
Do we
hard.
know? Did they do a straight switch off? Is
No,
now
I mean they
Minnesota
had to have given
23?
away. They had to have given away something.
Yeah.
Because this is where. Oh, I fixed it.
Yeah, Jets are at 14 now. Don't know where.
We don't know what they gave up for you,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, I'm trying.
they were
to,
at 23.
Yeah.
Trying to
From Seattle.
Figure out.
figure that out.
Yeah,
I'm
that should
not
have been
seeing
a
it yet.
swap. Minnesota's totally going down to 23.
Yeah, but what else did they give away? That's the question.
This is very true.
And I hate when people in our division trade down if they make out good, like if they got a future first round pick or something for it, because they moved down quite a lot. To move down to 23, that's almost 10 spots, which is that's more spots than the Bears moved up, and obviously we gave a future first and a fourth, and I think a fourth
Yeah.
for this year.
Yeah.
So or a fifth or something. So we'll see what they gave away.
Yeah, but also Minnesota is probably better at trades and compensation than Ryan Pace.
Right?
Ryan Pace has shown that he'll just give stuff away, and teams are like, "All right, bro, you didn't even ask for that much."
You
but
just,
okay."
yeah, you just hope he
Okay.
doesn't play poker because it's very obvious what
He's
he's
like,
reading.
He's like, I'll give you a first round pick for it. Okay, cool. We'll give you a fourth back. You want a fourth too? Okay, I'll throw in a fourth. All right, fine. We'll give you like a second round back and a second. Okay, fine. We'll give you the second too. And the team's like, wait, what just happened? How did we end up with all these picks? And I'm like,
God, the Bears.
yeah, I just love that meme that was just the impractical jokers be like, all right,
Oh,
yeah,
for sure.
now sign Andy Dalton, and they're like falling all over the place.
I mean, if you ever seen Impractical Jokers, you know, like the classic, like Sal falling over laughing, and that's just the best thing that you'd possibly think of. That had to have been what's going on in the
It's
background.
like the do what I say, otherwise you lose. But this would be like do what I say, and you're still gonna lose type of situation. All right, pick is in for the Jets.
Well,
New York.
offensive line.
Are we allowed to say that?
I don't know. I have such
These are
new names.
Okay.
It's
Dershaw.
happened.
Dershaw.
Okay, here it is.
Ooh,
Vera Tucker.
All right. Okay.
I don't think
Still
it's
lineman.
I don't think it's a bad move, but in my mock, I don't know if you could tell there, Rich, in my mock, I think I had him falling to. I think I had him falling to. Yeah. I think I had him falling to the Jets at 23 anyway, Elijah Tucker. Because you don't see a lot of guards go in the first round.
Yeah.
Everyone's trying to protect like their blind side and stuff. But yeah, for those of you who don't have the draft on in the background at all, as soon as the Jets pick went in, it shows Mac Jones on the phone, smiling, kind of like laughing. And of course, the Patriots are up next, who we were obviously just saying if Mac Jones falls that far, the Patriots take him 100%.
It's totally
Honestly, this should be a
Patriot-esque
very
move.
quick pick,
It went back to saying Jets are on the clock.
right?
It's counting
Kinda
down
confused.
Jets. They forgot to like move it over. Stupid people.
Because we haven't had technical difficulties like that. I
No,
mean,
we're way more advanced than they are.
We only had a power issue.
Yeah,
for a
I was gonna
moment.
say, and
Yeah.
then me forgetting that we had a mouse and trying to like lean forward. But other than that, we've been very technically sound. This is a clear mishap here, and these people make millions of dollars to tell people the wrong information, and I don't even make half of that.
Yeah. I mean, New England's definitely going to go Matt Jones, for sure.
So let's go right to talking about Arizona.
Yeah, Arizona's next. Arizona's the weird
That's a weird one. I think so
it's
too.
such
Yeah.
an odd one. Who did I have Arizona taking?
I don't remember who I had.
I had Arizona taking Greg Newsome, the corner.
Who do I have?
Just got rid of
I like that.
Patrick Peterson.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, actually, I really like
I think in
Um,
one of mine I had J.C. Horn
yeah,
falling that high.
J.C. Horn. You have J.C.
It's a
Horn
touchdown.
twice there.
And then those two.
Becky went with Farley and Horn as well.
I think
for
Farley
that
could be the pick.
Arizona
So
pick.
that's an interesting topic of discussion. Would you go Farley or Newsome? Farley being possibly the best corner in the entire draft, but
ACL and
has
back
very
injuries.
struggled with injuries. He's been been hurt a lot. So he is a question mark, but the upside is huge. He could be the best corner in the draft. Or do you go with Newsome, who the ceiling's not as high, but he's more consistent,
And
hasn't struggled with injury. He still is fast. He's still, like a strong at the point of attack corner, and there's less question marks around him.
I feel like you have to go with Newsome there. I mean, go ahead.
I think so too. Typical Patriots fashion. Instead of waiting for their pick, immediately rush it in just to mess with Goodell.
Right.
The guy walked up there and tried to get the pick in before Goodell even got out there. But yeah, so what would you go with? You would go with Newsome over Farley?
I would take Newsome over Farley.
I think I would too. I think it's really hard. I mean, we've seen enough injuries over the last couple of years with especially last year, with some big name players getting some pretty bad injuries. I don't know if you want to get a new guy in, drafting him in the first round, and he already struggles with injuries.
And knee injuries and back injuries, particularly, are two of the injuries that are notoriously hard to come back from 100%.
Well, Farley's, though, that back injury, if he got it this week or last week, if he got it this late, I feel like it's just kind of like one of those quick kind of cleanup things. I don't think it's a major concern. But it is a concern. And oh my God, the Patriots picked Mac Jones. Weird.
I'm super shocked. It's Mac Jones, everyone.
Mac Jones.
To the Patriots. Did anyone actually see that coming?
Yeah.
Did anyone see that coming?
Very intrigued by this pick. I am super shocked.
I think
the Patriots picked Mac Jones.
I thought you were actually for a second talking about the Cardinals. I'm like, I think for me, with having both those top two corners that we've already saw go off the clock, this is one of the hardest picks for me because they lost Patrick Peterson. Do they go with kind of a replacement? They're losing Larry Fitzgerald. Do they go with a replacement there? I think it's hard.
Yeah, I totally agree. I would just like to say, my draft, I have the Patriots selecting Mac Jones. You guys have Justin Fields, who the Bears took.
Okay. Well, I'm happy with that. You know what? I will drink to that one. I am okay with getting that wrong.
I am happier with Fields over Jones for sure.
Yes, I am too.
Honestly, I don't think in any of my mock drafts I had the Bears getting either of those guys, to be honest. I didn't see that. Even though all that I thought it was all smoke screen about the Bears are the most likely team to move up this year, even though we've done it how many years? I kept thinking it's not going to be this year. They're going to take Kellen Mond or something in the third round or second round, or Davis Mills or someone like that. Who I would have been actually okay with Kellen Mond or Davis Mills in the third round.
Actually, think about it. Cardinals pick is in. Do Cardinals go offensive tackle here as well to protect
Kyler Murray?
Kyler Murray,
Also, He was under a lot of pressure last
yes.
year. He did a lot. To
And
kinda,
he did,
Did a lot
he did
of running
good
with
with
his legs.
He did. He did good with that pressure, and I like them trying to maybe back him up a little bit, give him a little bit of help. So give him, if he gets more time
Right.
to just keep going through the rounds, he should be able to land it each time.
There's a cooler
No, it's good. All right. I mean,
All right.
definitely some obviously picks that we definitely thought were kind of spot on. Couple surprises, definitely some good ones.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what the Cardinals are decided on picks in, but they're waiting to announce
Okay,
it.
so we have a new question. Okay, so we have a comment first. It says Minnesota is just southern Canada. Well, that's not even up for debate. That's just a known
It is what it
fact.
is.
So I mean, I don't get that. Yes, we'll say yes. And then we also have Rich. Weren't you a child model? Yes, child hand model. He had beautiful small child hands. He still does. So,
I don't see where these hands are coming from, but
So-
Just adding in.
yeah,
As is tradition.
child hand model. He still does that on the side because he's childishly small, and makes a good amount of money doing that. So, okay, can we get a 2-minute drill about Rich's child model career? Yeah.
struggled a little bit there with some words, but
Yeah, I think I'm back to a 0. I was on a number 1 for the Wordsman. I think I'm back to a 0. Oh, look, Mac Jones is like super surprised.
I was definitely not a child model, and if I was, I saw no royalties from that at all.
It went elsewhere.
Mac Jones, I agree. One of my earliest mock drafts, I had Patriots taking Mac Jones, and I agree with you 100%, Rich. Like, that's such a Patriots guy. Like,
It really is.
it really is.
He just
perfect
fits
for him.
the Patriot way.
Yeah.
I can't explain it.
I like. If I was gonna
It's-
pick, if I was gonna point to any of these quarterbacks in the draft,
Be
it would
him
have
or
been Mac
Wilson.
Jones. Yeah.
So now Belichick's just looking at him and be like, all right, we're coming back to the Super Bowl.
All
And
right.
Brady, we're going to get you now with Mac Jones instead.
So this will be a question. Maybe we'll address it further on our next podcast, which we typically do on Tuesdays and post on Wednesdays or Thursdays. So if you're interested, if you're having fun with us tonight, definitely check out our channel. But maybe this is a topic for our next podcast is how many games into the season will we see a Mac Jones replacing Cam Newton, or does Cam Newton kind of play out the whole year? And on the same, or I guess different page, how long until we see Justin Fields stepping in over Andy Dalton?
Patriots, I feel Cam Newton's going to start the whole season, unless there's an injury. Andy Dalton, because it's the Bears and no one liked the Andy Dalton move anyways, the moment he struggles, that's all
getting
anyone's going to be talking about. So I could see Fields getting on the field. I give it week 4 or 5, unless the Bears are rolling hot with Dalton.
Yeah, I think it's going to be similar to when they replaced Mitch last year. I think if they struggle at all or see an opportunity where versus a bad defensive team type of thing, and Dalton is struggling, I think they're going to replace him right away. So I guess for me, the question is, how long until Dalton struggles is kind of the question.
Yeah. Arizona took a linebacker, and I believe it is the edge linebacker.
Oh, that's not
Which
a bad
one?
pick for them.
Aziz? Is that the edge?
Or a Quiddy Pay.
Or Quiddy, yeah.
I think it's Aziz.
Oh,
No.
They took Zaven Collins, the linebacker, not an edge rusher. I think he's out of Tulsa, Zaven Collins.
Tulsa? Okay,
Yeah.
Zaven Collins, linebacker for Arizona.
Sorry, we're on kind of our soapbox
Yeah.
talking about, Mac Jones and Andy Dalton and stuff. And we pretty much missed that pick, so I'm sorry for maybe some of you guys that even saw that before we did. But it looks like, Arizona has taken a linebacker, Zaven Collins, I believe, out of Tulsa. A linebacker I think I had going number 2 in my mock draft, but going a little bit later to maybe like the Saints or Tampa Bay possibly. So
Yeah, in the second round or the
no, I
end of the
think
first
end
round.
of first round. Yeah,
End
I
of first
think.
round. So
I think I did have him as the second best linebacker available. He definitely did some good things, and I think he's going to be a good player. Arizona is my sneaky team that I think is going to be very good last year. I thought they were, or very good next year. I thought they were very good last year and really struggled with penalties. They were one of the most penalized team in the league, and they lost a lot of games by single digits. And I think that a lot of those came down to a big penalty at a bad moment, which caused them to lose games. I think if they solve those penalty issues this year, then I think they can really move up and be one of the top teams in the league. And I think they might win that division. I think that's a very tough division. You got San Francisco, you got the Rams,
you got Seattle.
You got Seattle.
That's the hardest
Very-
division in football.
Very tough division there, and I honestly think the Cardinals have a shot at winning that division. That's how good I think the Cardinals have.
I mean, they really did impress us last year. I remember watching their games. They really did. I know they impressed me. I think, just getting their discipline down.
Yeah.
They need that discipline. I don't know. There's only so much you can do if you keep getting penalized.
Yeah.
You need that really does come down to discipline. I know it's got to be tough. There's a lot of emotions out there. You got to learn when to kind of chance. Is the ref going to see you? When aren't they going to see you? Stuff like that. But
and I think they got kind of the raw deal on a couple of them, where it was like a questionable
I would
call,
definitely
and
agree with
and
that.
they just didn't, get a call to go their way, which as a Bears fan we see all the time.
Yeah,
so,
we're used to that.
we're very used to it, so we're like, oh, Cardinals, we feel your pain, But yeah, definitely, Kyler Murray came in and performed as expected. DeAndre Hopkins, who I believe is the best receiver in the National Football League,
Definitely balled out.
it's a very solid contributor. Now you're picking up J.J. Watt. You're drafting a linebacker with your first pick, so you're really helping your defense. Buda Baker out there is just a playmaker. So I think that defense is going to be very stout, and I'm excited to see kind of what they're able to do this year in that tough division.
I totally agree. So with that, we also have the Raiders up next. Their pick is in. What do we feel Raiders are doing? Offense, defense? What do you guys think here?
Christian Barmore, the defensive tackle out of Arizona. I like that move for them. Or possibly that
Barmore is from Alabama.
Alabama, right?
Alabama.
What I say?
Arizona.
Okay.
Yeah.
We were
just
just talking about Arizona.
I got it.
Out of Alabama. All those A states, they're all the same place.
Well, what are you thinking, Rich? Where do you think that they really need? Where's the focus need to be for them?
The focus for them is definitely defense, offense. They got some decent receivers. They have one of the best tight ends. Running back is totally solid. They definitely need help on defense. I feel it's going to be defensive line as well. It's either going to be the tackle from Alabama or it's going to be the edge rusher from Georgia. They need to get to the quarterback on that defense. They have struggled with that big time for the Raiders.
To be honest, the only reason I go the tackle over Aziz out of Georgia is because they just took Colin Farrell last year, the edge rusher, and he didn't quite, not that he played horribly, but he didn't pan out quite as good as what they were expecting. You have Jalen Phillips, too, who's another good edge rusher who's available as well. I think he's an option. And they can always go tackle. Derslaw looks like he's slipping a little bit.
Miami's going to scoop him up.
Protecting the quarterback, obviously, as we said, is big. But I think it's going to be Barmore. I think that's not a bad pick. Or possibly even that next linebacker.
From Notre Dame?
Yes.
I can't even pronounce that guy's name. I'm not even going to try to go there.
But the linebacker from Notre Dame, he is looking pretty good as well. So And then just as another note, we will be taking another 3 to 5 minute break after this pick. So again, please stay with us. If you're having fun, please.
They took offensive tackle Alex
Leatherwood. All right.
I don't like it.
That's interesting.
I do not like that pick either.
I don't like that at all. I think Derslaw is a better player. I think Leatherwood is good. Again, he's an Alabama guy. So I don't think he's bad, but I think for me, he's a late first round guy or even an early second round guy.
Raiders have proven they do not care about that. They just take who they want, just like with that Colin Farrell guy.
Yeah, again, another guy that I kind of last year had going late in the first round or early second round, and they picked him pretty early, I think 10 or 11 or something last year. I don't love it. I think he's okay. I think he's starting caliber tackle, but with Derslaw on the board there, kind of slipping a little bit, I definitely, if you're going to go tackle, I would have gone there. And again, I think they need more help on the defensive line versus offensive line. So, yeah, I think.
I mean, I'm all about protecting the quarterback, but I agree. I think they need to show a little bit more focus, especially in one of these earlier picks on defense.
What quarterback? They're running Derek Carr out of that town, apparently.
Every year
he's out. Yeah, every year they're talking about how he's gonna be gone. He's not.
Well, I mean, he is trying to go off for his rock band. He's already looks the part. I mean, he's all ready for it. So
it should give him a little bit of eyeliner, and he's the lead singer to him like my band.
He's ready.
Before we take our break, we're just gonna give a guess as to where Miami goes with this pick, and then we're gonna go on our break, and we'll be right back. So I will say,
Dersaw.
I think they go Dersaw. I think that'd be a smart pick for them. I wouldn't be shocked if they go running back, and I think it'd be Najee Harris.
Ooh, I like Najee Harris as an option.
Out of
Alabama
as well, or even Travis Etienne out of Clemson. A little bit faster, but a little bit less like of a bruiser, I think, from what I've been hearing about him. But I think he's been rising up draft boards a little bit faster than Najee Harris. So I think
I had Najee Harris. On my side picked a little bit more.
I think either one of those guys could be the running back, but I think Dersaw would almost be a better pick. What do you guys think?
I would definitely go tackle. You got your receiver up high. Again, protect Tua. That's what you really want to do. Give him the time to get the ball to your playmakers, which they just drafted earlier this round.
They just posted that.
So
there was a 60% chance that Alex Leatherwood would have been available for the Raiders' next pick.
So, I mean, obviously...
So they're even saying that they could have possibly got him in the next round.
Or traded back up into the end if you're that worried.
Again, I think the analysis there is... I don't think it's a great pick, but again, if that's your guy and you're trying to protect the quarterback, I get it. But let's get back to Rich. What you were thinking? Protect the quarterback there.
Yep, definitely protect the quarterback. You still got Dersaw there. You still got Walker Little as well. He's another guy who's bruiser.
Not very little.
Yeah, not very little at all. Don't take his name lightly there. Yeah. You still also have Tevin Jenkins as well, who that's where if the Bears would have stayed at 20, that was my pick for the Bears to take was tackle. But
so I guess we spent a little bit too long talking here, so it looks like the pick is kind of in. They're coming to announce it here. So we're actually going to do our break right after they announce this pick instead. So they took Jalen Phillips, who is an edge rusher, a guy that really impressed at the combine, which was just kind of pro days. He was raging up boards after his pro day. He put up some really nice stats. He was very quick, very strong. So I'm not super surprised there. Obviously, pass rushers, a position a lot of people kind of go with early, but I don't love it. What do you guys think?
I don't know. I don't know if I would have gone edge on that one. Probably not. Wouldn't have been my move, but I think running back would have been a better option for them right now. But I guess if that's where they felt like they were lacking a little bit more, then hopefully they have a plan for that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's a good player. I think he's going to do well there, and I think the Dolphins are one of those teams that might sneak into the playoffs this next year. Surprising. They surprised me last year. I'll admit I had them bottom probably 5 or 10 in the league last year, and they almost made the playoffs last year. So I think if they nail this draft, obviously if this kid ends up being good for them, then they could really kind of make that next step forward, especially if Tua is kind of as good as promised type of guy.
Yeah.
I also thought Miami's defense played really well last year. I thought their main focus would have been more on giving Tua time. They definitely got him the playmaker.
I thought so too, Rich.
So I thought that's where they were going to go with that pick to kind of protect the quarterback a little bit better. But again, in the NFL, you can never have enough edge rushers. If you get to the quarterback quickly, it helps the rest of the defense out as well.
Yeah.
So, and not a horrible pick, but not what I would have thought they would have went with.
Yeah.
But we'll see how it pans out.
All right.
I agree with you, Rich, there. And with that note, we will be taking our break. We will see you guys in
Just a
3
few
to 5
minutes,
minutes. So thanks for sticking with us. Hope you're having fun.
All right, so back to the draft here. I am on with Becky this time. It is Adam's turn to man down other technology things.
Our little research center that we
Yeah.
have going on, or that direction.
Yeah, this
so
way.
Yeah, I know it's kind of
Yeah.
weird. So while we were, taking a little bit of a break, Washington came in and they decided to have their pick of Jamin Davis. Did I say that right?
Jamin Davis,
Yeah,
linebacker.
Jamin Davis, linebacker.
Which is very surprising because their front seven is already one of the top in the league. So to not go potentially with an offensive lineman, or I would say if their defense didn't need any improvement, I think they could use a safety, but instead they went with linebacker. I think he will definitely benefit from Washington's front seven to begin with. So
He's a good player. He's a good player. I think he's going to be a good linebacker. But yeah, I think again that defense is so good. It's a little surprising. I don't hate it. I mean, the Bears have done it for years. If your opponent can't score any points on you, you win games. So I don't hate it, but I'm a little surprised that they. For one, I'm a little surprised that they didn't make any move to try to get a quarterback with an aging Fitzpatrick at the helm right now. And then
I don't know, that backup did pretty good in that playoff game. He looked pretty sharp there.
What was that, Kyle Anderson or something?
Yeah.
Kyle something or another.
I mean, he looks good, but again, when defenses don't have a lot of tape on you, it's easy to come in and look pretty good for a game.
Yeah, the question is, can he hold it for an entire season?
Yes, that is very true. So, again, Washington taking the linebacker, very confusing. But
we also have word on what the Vikings got with the trade up with the Jets. So the Vikings got the Jets' 23rd pick. They got the 66th pick, which is in the third round, and then they got an 86th pick, which is also a third round pick. So they essentially traded back about 10 spots and picked up 2 additional third round picks.
For this year?
This year.
For this year as well.
Wow, that's kind of a lot for this year, but
yeah,
the Jets must really have Elijah Vera Tucker.
I definitely think Minnesota came up on top on that deal.
Yeah, I mean, in the third round, you're still looking at getting potentially starting caliber players. So that's big for them.
At least the caliber that could be trained. People that are at least worth taking a chance on, and you can train them underneath maybe your more veteran players and can go from there. I definitely think having a couple extra picks all within, 2 more in the third round, that's not a bad way to go.
Yeah, definitely.
I think that was kind of a lot for the Jets, though, to give up just to move up.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I definitely think Minnesota came up on top.
I believe so with that too, which is also disappointing because they're in our division, so not a fan of them getting more picks to use against us there. That was a lot to give up for the Jets, but again, it is the Jets, so
well, that's that's the thing about getting picks for this year as opposed to getting the next couple of years. Because when you're trading with a team with the Jets and you're trading for future picks, you're expecting those picks to be good picks.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting move as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. So the Giants pick is in right now. Where does everyone think the Giants are going? They going offense, defense here?
It seems like Kwity Paye has kept falling, and I keep kind of bringing his name up as who I think is a good option. The Giants are another team I think that need an edge rusher, so I would be pretty happy, I guess, if I was a Giants fan going with Kwity Paye out of Michigan with this pick.
Yeah, at 20. I mean, that makes sense to me. I would still say you're giving Daniel Jones one more shot here. You could still go. There's 2-3 tackles that are still available here. again, just like you said before, you can never have enough offensive linemen to help Saquon Barkley, Daniel Jones for sure on the offensive side. But if we are going defense, edge rusher, Pay from Michigan, that seems like a good pick to me. Or, I don't know, I would choose safety. There was the one safety from, from TCU.
Oh yeah.
Tevin.
Yeah, Trevin Moehrig.
Moehrig?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see him being a good pick for the Giants. Boost that secondary a little bit. They got a little roasted at times. Plus, you got Dallas with pretty good receivers. Maybe want that corner, safety, back end help there.
I don't know. I think it maybe would be smart for them to kind of focus a little bit more on their defense. I think edge rusher is a good route for them to go. So I guess we'll end up seeing who they're going to actually go with here.
Wow. Wide receiver.
Oh, interesting.
Wow, they went receiver from Florida.
Kadarius Toney is who Giants went with here.
Wow.
A wide receiver from Florida.
Very odd with I feel like there's a couple better receivers than this guy, but I guess we will.
I think it's interesting that they even went with receiver at all on their end and not kind of focusing on some of their other, I guess, shortfalls.
After, picking up Kenny Galladay, like the Giants are one of those teams that every year kind of go into it and they're like, oh, they need receiver help, and they usually take a defensive back or something in the draft. I think it's interesting that this year people are like, oh, they'll probably take defense, and now they finally took a wide receiver after they finally got a wide receiver this offseason. So I think that's interesting. And then what you kind of brought up there, Rich, that was not the next best receiver kind of on my board. I kind of had
not mine either.
Rashad Bateman, I think, is going to be better.
There's another guy
Elijah
too.
Moore.
Elijah Moore, yeah.
And even
I'm high on Elijah Moore.
Yeah.
That guy, I think Moore's going to be good.
Possibly even Terrence Marshall Jr., also out of LSU.
But would you say, I think he's a little bit more on the competitive. Like, I wouldn't say he's necessarily much higher than him, right?
Yeah, but I would definitely say Bateman and Elijah Moore I would have had ranked higher.
Yeah.
You could make an argument for Terrence Marshall Jr., but I think for sure Bateman and Marshall, or for sure Bateman and Elijah Moore, I'm surprised, are falling later.
Do you think they went with Toney? Do you think he will fit a little bit more into their schemes? Is that why
he
maybe go with him a bit?
He actually will. From what you just said, Becky, sorry for cutting you off there, but after seeing some tape on him, he's more of a gadget guy. He'll be a very good slot receiver for the Giants. So he has to be developed a little bit to become like a number 2 or maybe a number 1, but Giants aren't looking for a number 1, number 2 receiver right now. They already have that there. So him being in the slot, I think, is going to be a good kind of bonus. But it's still early to take him, though.
It's kind of funny because I was listening to a show earlier that was talking about, okay, what player do you think is going to come in and have the biggest immediate impact for their team? And someone actually went with Toney as their pick because they said, he's not going to be one of the first 4 or 5 receivers off the clock. He's going to be coming in and getting picked by a team like the Ravens or a team like the Saints or some of those later round draft picks. And they're like, he's going to come in to a great situation and put up big numbers because he's not going to a team that wasn't as good last year, a team that struggled offensively. I think it's interesting now that the Giants drop down and grab a player like that. So, that analysis on him, not saying, oh, haha, you're wrong, but that analysis on him ends up being wrong kind of by some odd situations in the Giants trading down and then picking a guy that wasn't expected to be even as high as he's going,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that's an interesting analysis there.
Yeah, that's one of the best things in the draft with these later round picks sometimes is it's better teams, better run organizations. So a lot of the offensive talent that they pick, they're already coming into a very good situation. They're not coming in being needed to be the number one guy.
Well, and then they've got some
They
mentors
can-
too that they
yeah.
can kind of learn the schemes from them, see what's been working out with them. But I just feel like I don't know if it's gonna be someone that they want to mentor them and they want just kind of like having the background and kind of wait their chance to see if they can prove it. Would you take them in the first round? And would you not take someone else and then maybe see who drops in maybe in the second round and then pick up someone that you can mentor instead?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a solid, great opinion there for sure because that's the later round picks. That's normally what happens with those guys to begin with, and they end up being very good from being able to take the time to actually learn an offense or defense and kind of go in there. Doesn't always work out, but they have a better shot at that for that. But also, the Colts pick is in. Adam, who do you think? Colts, they going with offense or defense here?
I've been saying it over and over again. Kwity Paye is falling. I don't know. Again, I don't know. I'm not quite understanding.
Is he
why.
falling for a reason? Is there
I'm
something
not-
that came out
That's
today
kind
that
of what I'm saying. Is I'm not quite understanding why he's falling, but
Every year there's a guy or two like that, though, that
Yeah.
just kind of falls and tumbles.
he was definitely a second or first or second best edge rusher kind of on my list. I think the Colts could go edge rusher. I think they could go linebacker. They usually kind of pride themselves on having that stout defense. So adding to that might be a good idea. They could go receiver though.
I was just going to say that. I was going to go with more. Give Carson Wentz a little bit more firepower there. Colts defense is already very good. The offense is kind of what struggled a little bit with Philip Rivers. He couldn't really push the ball down the field like he used to, where Carson Wentz is going to be able to rip that ball down the field.
honestly, I think I like that. I like them trying to maybe give someone to Wentz, like give someone that he can maybe rely on, maybe a better. I like the receiver route.
My brain just heard you say give somebody a wench.
Yes,
And I'm
let's
like,
give him a wench.
I agree.
We'll do
someone
it.
probably
I
like
mean,
someone
that's
German.
probably going to help everyone in this scenario. Is if there's a couple wenches out there.
Yeah.
I mean,
No, but yeah, I mean, and then obviously the Colts receivers have historically struggled with injury a little bit. I know they picked up a pretty good receiver last year in Pittman, who kind of exceeded some expectations. But yeah, I think again, receivers one of those positions you can never have too many good players.
well, especially with picking up Wentz now, maybe they're really just hoping that they can make a little bit more of it this season, and if they give him a little bit more backup, gives them some extra options. I mean, I think that might be a good way to go.
Yeah. I mean, pick is in. We're just waiting here like everyone else to see what the Colts do. So I'm a fan of that receiver spot. Sounds like Adam definitely wants to go with edge rusher or linebacker.
Kwity
there.
Paye.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't fault them for going with a receiver here. Again, very deep draft class of receivers, so
Yeah.
I think they could get probably still a pretty decent one in the second round. But Elijah Moore, to your point, Rich, I think is a little bit underrated, and Bateman, I think too as well, is pretty good.
There you
Oh,
go.
Adam's
There we go.
right. He got
Kwity
his
Paye
pick.
it is. So Kwity
Kwity
Paye,
Paye.
defensive end from Michigan.
Yeah.
Went to Colts.
Nice. So, with that being said, we also have a new viewer question. Oh,
Joe's did something.
yeah, there you go.
We're there. We're good.
Yeah, so I've been saying it all along. Quiddy Pay. I knew this is the one that was gonna be Quiddy Pay. I was 100% sure.
Yeah, that was like 3 picks ago.
No, but this one I knew.
Oh, okay. This one you officially knew?
Yeah.
Okay. So our viewer question is, should the Bears trade up again for the tackle Dershaw?
That'd be very Bearsy.
It would be.
I would love
mean-
that move. I am pretty high on Dershaw, so if we
So
trade
am I.
up again, I would not mind that at
No,
all.
I'm not gonna hate if we trade up to actually help protect a quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna shit on them for that. I don't think.
Dude,
I think when they trade up, they've made some pretty bad moves in the past. I mean, if they actually go to protect a quarterback that we now picked up,
to be honest, I'm almost feeling like if we walk out of this draft with Justin Fields, one of the best tackles in the draft, and then somehow get maybe a corner or a wide receiver as well,
we'll be happy fans.
then I'm fine with like how the rest of how the draft. Like I would just be like, okay, that's fine. Like I'll move on with my life, and that was fine. You know.
Yeah, I know this whole time we've been seeing everything that's been going on in the offseason with Bears. We have not liked a lot of it. But then all we keep seeing is, oh, they have a plan. Don't worry, they have a plan for the draft, which I honestly have been very skeptical about. I have not liked just the moves that we've made, so I don't know if I trusted their decision. But I think I'd have to agree with you, Ed. I'm like, if that's where they ended up going, if we came out with that,
You get the quarterback.
I'd be a pretty happy fan.
You protect the quarterback, and then
Yeah.
you pick up a replacement for Kyle Fuller, or give that quarterback at least one more target to throw to.
Mhm.
Then I think that's enough to at least win some games, and especially Aaron Rodgers isn't going to play another game for the Packers at all. So that division just got a whole lot easier to win in.
Aaron Rodgers is definitely staying. We're at pick 22 now. No way is
Right.
there a trade going to happen now.
Or like
That
the
was
Packers
just-
would have made their move a long time ago
Yeah.
if they're going to do anything.
That was just Diva Rodgers wanting to be talked about in the media for football again before the draft.
Because, we don't talk about Rodgers
Yeah.
enough ever. Or he doesn't get enough attention already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
The
anyways,
guy
with
that
that,
wouldn't take a pay cut, that would have freed up an extra $5 million for them to go out and try to get, put more talent around him. And it wasn't even technically a pay cut for him. It would have transferred some of his money to being a sign-on bonus, so he would have still made that money, and that would have actually just freed up cap room. But
Yeah.
he just said no. No explanation. He's just like, no, I don't want to help the team at all. I'm more focused on, being Aaron Rodgers than helping the team whatsoever. No explanation. That's like the crazy thing. Why? Like, why? You're still getting paid.
You make plenty of money.
You're helping the team. Your future wife makes plenty of money as well.
And now he's got a side hustle with Jeopardy. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not like he's hurting for cash.
Which, as far as what I'm hearing on the street, the people from Jeopardy are very easy to rob. They have the money right there, and most of them are very old. That run that show. They've been on since the 40s or something. I don't know. Some of our older fans, like Rich, you might know.
false. I do not know. I'm not that old.
So, yeah, I'm sure he, at that point, what's another $1 million or whatever when you could really help the team around you. But
We're
Yeah.
also on Tennessee right now.
Let's go with
So-
Titans.
Yep, Titans, Tennessee.
Good old Titans.
no, a different Tennessee.
A different Tennessee. My bad.
So,
oh, it's
with
getting late.
that,
Tennessee Rivers.
we're almost at the 3-hour mark here. People are starting to get a little sleepy on a Thursday night, so
Especially Becky, her bedtime's like 8:15.
Yeah, my bedtime was a while ago, and I mean,
Becky rarely sees like the sun go down, and she's like in bed, like reading a book or.
us grannies
binging
gotta
Netflix.
like get our sleep,
And
but
the
yeah.
dog, the dog too. She's like asleep by like 8 on most nights. But yeah, let's turn our focus a little bit more to
Tennessee
good old
Titans.
Tennessee
the
Titans.
Tennessee Nuggets.
what do we think they're going to go with? They're going to go with some more offensive firepower, or you think they're going to go defense?
I think you were thinking cornerback.
I was thinking possibly Kwity Paye.
Yeah.
No.
Get
Yeah,
out of here.
he just
You
got.
had Greg.
He can't
Newsome.
go to every team, dude.
Yeah, I think it's. I kind of think they are either going to go defense, or now that one of those wide receivers are slipping, they
Yeah.
lost who you call it,
Corey Davis.
Corey
Corey-
Davis from Illinois actually, but they lost Corey Davis, lining up another premier receiver across from AJ Brown will be really big for that offense. So I think it's going to be a receiver, or I think they could go Greg Newsome on the corner, or
Yeah.
possibly another edge rusher, because it seems to be kind of edge rushers are kind of flying off the charts here. So I wouldn't be surprised. Edge rusher or Greg Newsome or a wide receiver, I
Well,
think are my.
since they have kind of several options that they kind of should fill in a little bit, I mean, what would you say if you were them? Just probably take the next out of those three positions, or those three people, whoever the
Yeah.
next in
Kind
line
of take
would be.
the best out of those three positions, take the best player on your board, and everyone's board is a little bit different, but kind of take the best position on your board. For me, that would probably be Caleb Farley, or it would be Greg Newsome, I think.
Yeah.
I would go Newsome or Moore for this Tennessee pick here.
And also, you still got Durslaw falling, so I mean, I don't really know. I don't love
I don't know if
taking a
Durslaw's.
tackle there.
Yeah, I don't think they're necessarily
Uh,
going to go tackle though. I think.
Their offensive line's already good.
Yeah.
Yeah, their offensive line's pretty good, and I don't know, like I said, in my opinion, it's always like you got a young quarterback now trying to protect him type of thing. They Tannehill's not all that young. They've proven that they can kind of keep him upright, keep him healthy. So I kind of like going defensive back or give him a weapon. That offense could be scary with two premier wide receivers on the edge, and then you got Derrick Henry just gashing you up the middle all the time, and doing the things that he's able to do. That offense could be really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I would have to agree with that for sure.
So yeah, we got the pick in. Yeah.
They're kind of getting to the
I
podium
mean, it
here.
looks like Goodell's
Hey, I
just
mean,
stopping to hug random people along
They're
the
letting
way.
them sing "Sweet Caroline." You can't just cut that off. You gotta let them
That's true.
finish it.
You at least need it to a bump.
Yeah, exactly. And they just did it, and
Yeah.
now they're ready for their pick.
All right. More.
Farley.
Farley. They took
All
Farley. Okay. That is definitely a solid pick, and it looks like he's home alone.
Oh, poor guy.
It does kind of look that way.
It does.
Maybe
He
it's
is
like-
home alone. There's like 2 chairs there, and he's just
or
having
maybe
a pretty
he's in-
chill
Couple people
night.
trying to like break in
Yeah.
and stuff. He's setting up the traps.
Or maybe he's in like a swanky hotel room, or a swanky hospital room. I'm sorry, because he's just preparing for his
surgery.
next injury. No, I don't hate the pick at all, because like we kind of talked about earlier, Caleb Farley, I think he has potential to be the best corner in the draft if he can stay healthy. Tennessee already played really well last year, and making the playoffs, and Derrick Henry doing what he's doing. So I think it's kind of worth taking a risk on a guy.
Yeah, especially this far down in the draft as well.
Mhm.
Like, that's like, you had a potential top 10 pick here due to injuries, falling, and now you're taking him at 22. That's a pretty solid deal. If he stays healthy, it's huge
Yeah.
game changer for them.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely think that's a good pick for them.
It's a phenomenal pick. So I'm going to get back to the Bears trading back up for an offensive tackle, even if it's not Dershaw. There's still a couple other tackles that are still available that I thought the Bears would be able to take at 20 as well. They're still there, so if we were to trade up, who do you think we'd want to trade with here?
Oh man.
Ooh.
I guess you'd be looking for someone that doesn't necessarily need the pick that they have right now, and I think that would
What
kind
would you
of
think?
be.
Steelers?
No, I think to me you would look to maybe Tampa Bay. only because they won the Super Bowl last year with their roster. They didn't really go out and sign many players at all. They went back and just re-signed the players that they already had. They got Antonio Brown back, and they got Chris Goodwin back, and stuff like that. So a team that really doesn't need to draft anyone, that would maybe look for future picks.
They would be really. I'm guessing they'd be looking for a lot because Bucks right now. I mean, they're at pick 32, and Bears next pick is 52.
Does it
52, so it'd be 20 picks later.
Yeah, and obviously we already gave up our first round pick, so we don't have that.
Exactly. So what left are we gonna have unless it's like
the following year's?
The following year's first round. Plus, probably gonna have to give up something for next year's, like something.
I think I wouldn't hate the move, but I think it would be maybe a little steep for me. So I don't know if I love it, but it kind of looks like tackles are falling a little bit more than I was expecting them to, with all the young quarterbacks going.
Teams just don't appreciate that position as much. I think they take advantage of the fact that they assume the tackles are going to be there later, or honestly, I feel like teams just assume, well, we can put anyone in tackle. Who cares? And they just they focus on a lot of the other positions instead.
Because, I mean, I still have Christian Dursaw, who we've talked about a lot, Tevin Jenkins, and possibly even Samuel Cosme as all first-round possible talents. So if any of those three kind of start slipping into the second round...
Cosme's been, moving up the ranks, too.
Actually, I think he's moved down the ranks.
Has he?
Yeah.
Why?
There was a lot of people that were kind of high on him, and he didn't perform as well, I think, at that Senior Bowl.
Ah, okay.
But Tevin Jenkins, I think, is the one you're thinking of. That kind of has been moving up from Oklahoma. But he's one of those guys that a lot of people are like, oh, he's probably a better fit at tackle, but he could also play guard. I don't typically love when the Bears take guys that
project players.
Oh, he can play multiple positions. Like, give me a guy that's great at one position instead of someone that's good at two positions or three positions.
I mean, the only good thing with that is if we have a lot of injuries, then it does help us be able to move it around. But I would agree. I mean, it's kind of hard to take someone, they're good at both, or would you rather more want an expert in one of the positions? Because then at least you have, your main go-to.
Right, and that's kind of what I'm looking for, especially, a left tackle position or even the right tackle position. Like, give me a guy that's going to dominate every play rather than the guy that's going to be hit or miss, but he also has that ability to play another position.
Yeah.
So I still don't think that'd be a bad pick, Tevin Jenkins, especially if he starts falling into the second round to move up and get him. Obviously, the Bears love moving up, so but it does seem like some of these tackles are falling, and I think we can still get a starting caliber tackle that's better than we've had the last few years, even late, possibly in the second round.
I mean, that's true. Very deep draft for linemen. I'm actually, I'm a huge fan of the Oklahoma tackle there. But the issue that I have with him going to the Bears is, just like you said, those hybrid players, the Bears can never develop them. They never, work out at all for the Bears. Every project player like that we've taken has been kind of a mess, especially the ones that we have, drafted high.
One point I would like to bring up.
Vikings.
I'm gonna fight you on that because we once picked a project player that ended up being really great for us, and that was Shea McCollum. That guy really impressed me. One of my favorite players of all time.
Yeah, you're a fool. That was a Chandler Jones draft, and we should have picked Chandler Jones. I almost broke my TV during that draft. I was so pissed the Bears did not take Chandler Jones. Unfreaking real. So, anyways, the Vikings pick is in.
They went with Christian
Dursaw.
So it looks like our division is just getting better and better at the offensive line position.
Oh, Jesus.
Awesome.
Which, isn't necessarily good for us.
Yep, so much for trading up to go get that guy.
Right?
Vikings definitely were not going to trade with us.
Yeah. I think that's a good pick by them. Just like, Lions got a good tackle.
Yeah.
I think, in my opinion, this guy could be the second or third best tackle in the draft. So, again, we have the best tackle in the draft going to our division rival in
Detroit
Detroit. And then
Lions.
my number 2 or 3, probably number 3 tackle in the draft going to Minnesota.
Unbelievable.
Oh, maybe we're wrong. Maybe he sucks.
Well, at this point, since he's on Minnesota, I kind of hope so now.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Like, I mean, both very smart moves by Minnesota and Detroit, actually, like, building the lines up to protect.
You trade down and still get a player that a lot of people had projected to go in the top 10. That's a great move by Minnesota.
Or even the top, like, 15 to go, and he dropped all the way down to 23. That's a huge
really
move
just
for
a steal
you.
at that point.
Yeah.
Just kind of lucked into that, I feel like.
Speaking of steals, the Steelers pick is in right now. Who do we think the Steelers are taking?
That was really fast.
Pretty quick there.
I would be pretty surprised here if they don't take their favorite running back.
Yeah.
I think
They need the running back.
They do need a running back.
They haven't had that secure, like,
run game.
Great run game ever since,
Le'Veon
Bell left. So, I mean, maybe James Conner was fine, but I'm just really thinking they're going to go with the running back. So I think they're going to pick their favorite one and just take him. And I think Najee Harris is probably the best one there. But I wouldn't be shocked if they go with the Clemson running back, Travis, like, Etienne or Etienne. I never know how to say that one.
I don't know. At the same time, I can see the Steelers taking running back. Think I'm going to go with Harris from Alabama. I think that's my pick.
They could take a wide receiver, Rich. The Steelers are pretty famous.
Yeah, but they don't take first-round receivers, dude. They take, like, second, third-round receivers, and are just like, yeah, look at you fools. I can just shop these guys easy in the later rounds, and now they're good. So, I think if of anything, they might go either edge rusher or another linebacker because they just lost. Did they lose Dupree, or is Dupree coming back?
No, they lost Bud Dupree.
Yeah, they lost Bud. That's what I thought. So they lost that huge edge presence there. So with him being gone, edge, running back, Harris. So I don't know. I still think it's going to be Harris. But
I don't know why I'm just not feeling that they're going to go defense. I don't feel like they're going to go defense. I think for some reason, if they don't go,
we got a dog on camera taking up the whole screen here.
I think they might go running back, wide receiver, or offensive line. Najee Harris.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So we're all in agreement here.
Not shocked.
Yeah.
Not shocked
and now we have dog sharing screen here.
She really wants her opinion being heard. She know what, she likes the pick. She likes Najee Harris. It's honestly.
No, I think what she's saying is, Mom, why are you still awake?
Honestly, probably more it is. She says, Mom, it's your bedtime. Go to bed, please. For everyone's sake.
For all of our viewers, there's a dog on the screen now, so that normally I would hope boost some viewers here.
Just magically, like people on YouTube. Wait, dog.
There's a dog? Live? Alright, where's this at?
You're the star. Yes, you are. Oh man. Jags again. Another pick.
I'm going with that safety here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I like the safety for Jacksonville.
Mohrig or whatever. I don't know. That's a hard one.
Mohrig?
Yeah.
Yeah. Trevin Mohrig.
Yeah, I think that's
Mohrig.
it.
Like that.
I think so too.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good option for them.
I feel like you guys are just topping.
A little bit. I'm tired.
No.
Rich is looking over the sheet.
No, I was just saying, I think that's what's my pick for Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Well, I know we're getting down towards the bottom. I had my safety going down somewhere.
You had him going to Miami at 18.
At 18?
When did I have a safety going? I want to say in the 20s, but early 20s.
You had him go at 21.
Early 20s.
So, Tennessee.
Yeah.
So what's my original Jacksonville pick for this?
What are we at?
25.
25.
You went Jacksonville, Dylan Rentz.
Tackle!
Yeah,
I'm keeping it.
That guy.
Protect your,
I think that
protect
guy's gonna
Lawrence.
be underrated too. That he's a big bruising guy, kind of small school guy, but
I think he's going to be pretty good as well.
Is that why you
Yeah.
think he's kind of like not being noticed as much at this point? It's
Smaller
just small
schools.
school. Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
So,
Protect your quarterback. You just got to pick one.
I think I had him going like really early in round 2 in my like projections.
Okay.
but I wouldn't be surprised if he sneaks into that first round. But we're kind of seeing a little bit of tackles falling. Although Alex Leatherford
For
went
some
higher
reason, went
than we
higher
thought.
than some of these
It's
other
also
guys.
the Raiders. They've done that like 2 years in a row now. And just be like, we're just going to go for shock factor here and not
Right.
care about our team.
So in my original one, I had the safety Trevin Moehrig, and then you, Becky, had linebacker the Jermaine Awusa out of Notre Dame, and then in your other one you actually had Rashad Bateman.
Okay.
I mean,
wide receiver.
We were all over the place then for them.
to be honest, oh man, giving him a weapon, giving Lawrence a weapon, but I'd rather go Moore over Bateman. If it
I
is
don't know.
gonna
I
be
don't.
the receiver.
I
don't
think it's a toss up.
I don't hate the receiver move though there either.
Yeah.
Because you got a young
I
quarterback.
mean, you get a fresh quarterback. You might as well give him something to work with.
Yeah. What? Did I stop petting you?
Well, that's the thing. You do still have to protect him as well.
You do. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you have a young guy. At least the only thing I'd say, not saying that this is the route you'd want to go, is at least a young quarterback you'd hope could take a little bit more of a hit and at least have a little bit more movement than maybe some of the older quarterbacks.
I don't know. Trevor Lawrence looks pretty much like a pretty boy. I don't know what types of
Too
hits
relaxed,
he's able to take.
Man. Sorry,
When was the last time you guys stayed up this late?
Me? All the time, dude. I've been staying up to actually like 11, 12 o'clock this week. It's been
Sydney's probably
long
like,
week.
wait, I just woke up.
That is very true. My night's just starting.
Yeah, I don't know, for a while I was staying up this late, but then ever since Adam's been going back into work, like in person, and I can't just sleep in now, like,
Oh,
I know. It's tough.
Oh, they're
Pick is in?
no, they're doing the
Well,
whole.
that too,
They're
but-
like advertising for the NFL, and they just said the showdown will be Mahomes versus Aaron Rodgers. Not if he doesn't play a game for the Packers ever
Oh my
again.
God.
You know.
First
He
off,
is playing
Aaron
for the
Rodgers
Packers.
can't make it out of the NFC Championship game, so it's okay.
Yeah, that's true.
I have faith that that's not going to happen.
I would like to see Aaron Rodgers just like retire and then like come back in the NFL with like a big beard and just like play with like a different team and be like, no, I'm not Aaron Rodgers. I'm like Baron Podgers or something.
Why?
And then like
Just why?
and then go to like another team but like still lose in the NFC Championship. Or maybe he goes to the AFC and loses in the AFC Championships instead. Would that be great?
Kind of sad.
I mean,
I mean,
that would be very interesting and funny for sure.
I just don't
but-
see why.
Also, I don't see that happening because that's
You're such a pessimist.
so much
Riz.
like paperwork
You're
involved in
You're being pessimistic.
that. Okay.
He doesn't care.
I think
No,
it's
he wouldn't.
secret.
He wouldn't lose the
I'm
Aaron
just gonna
Rodgers
keep
title.
it.
He won't give up money. He still wants that top dollar.
It's showing their like first round picks the last couple of years. I'm like, I don't know like any of these people.
Yeah, they were not
Not worth
solid picks there. But yeah. Jags pick is in. Let's see where they go with this.
I think they're gonna pick
Getting
an
down the
NFL
stretch.
player.
it. Yeah.
I don't know, man. They could go with your Aaron Rodgers guy with the mustache here.
Or it could be number 25 overall, Adam Levine.
Good old
I mean-
Adam Levine.
I mean, who couldn't use a rock star on their team?
I don't know. Oh, the
Like,
Raiders.
come on.
Raiders got one. Look where it's getting them.
Yeah,
So-
selling tickets. Actually, we don't know yet because they haven't been able to have fans in that stadium
Right.
yet.
I mean,
I would love to go to that stadium once it opens.
Yeah,
Oh, for
me
sure.
too. Gives us
mean-
a reason to go visit Vegas.
Yeah, I wouldn't do anything else in Vegas. I would just sit in a hotel, go to the game, and then go back to the hotel and not do anything else because that city just seems boring. There's
Wow.
nothing else to do there. There's like a football stadium and then nothing.
Okay, so you could stay in the hotel room while
on
I
that
go.
note, see,
enjoy
even they're
myself.
getting tired. They don't even want to stand anymore.
Yeah.
They took Travis.
Ooh, they
Etienne.
took the
Okay.
running back.
Oh,
I'm not a huge fan of that move.
I don't like it.
I like their running
I
back.
was gonna say that guy
running back
last
was
year.
good. He carried your freaking team last year.
Robinson or whatever.
Yeah,
wasn't it?
Robinson.
That
James
guy-
Robinson carried your team last year
Yeah.
on offense, and now you're gonna pick another running
I
back.
don't like it. I don't like it, guys.
Neither do I. I thought he would have been a good pick for a running back for Baltimore.
Oh, I think I would have liked that kind of, but actually,
Not in
I think I
Jacksonville.
would have liked it if he fell all the way to like, let's say, like Tampa Bay or something like that. Like
Yeah.
Leonard Fournette, like.
Dude,
like,
he's just
struggles
there
with
for the
injuries
playoffs.
and
He's
stuff
just
like
there
that.
for the playoffs, man.
So like, I think getting a guy like this on that team would have been huge for them. So yeah, I don't love this move. Not that I don't love him as a player. I think he's pretty good, and he's a guy that was just kind of flying up draft boards here the last couple of weeks. But I think that's one of those things they're overdrafting running backs now. There was like a time period where nobody would take a first round running back, and now it's like lately it's like when one goes, teams like, oh, let's grab one.
Well, yeah. Now all of a sudden teams are like, oh shoot, if the first one went, who am I gonna end up
The
with if I
domino
don't pick one?
effect
Yeah,
at
it's the whole
position.
thing.
But yeah, I still just don't. Man, like for Jacksonville, like man, I mean I understand trying to like get the offense going. You got the quarterback. I would rather want receiver than running back. Like your running back already proved that he could carry the load.
Yeah, I know. I
Like
completely agree.
totally
with that.
fine. So why would you not give Trevor Lawrence some outside help?
Yeah.
Or again, go lineman and try to protect him more.
Yeah, I know. I completely agree, Rich. I think that would have been
Unreal.
a better move for them. Again, not saying I hate him as a player. I think he's going to be a very good player. But I just didn't like that fit, and I think they overdrafted him. Once again, after this pick, we're going to take our final short break. But we will wait for the Cleveland Browns pick to come in.
The draft is in Cleveland as well.
Beautiful,
So,
beautiful city.
yeah.
I've heard everyone likes to visit. Cleveland.
Everyone loves vacationing
a
in
top
Cleveland.
destination.
If you want to
just
know,
reset the timer.
everything that's great about Cleveland, look up Joakim Noah Cleveland
Yeah.
comments, and you will not be disappointed. All right.
Browns pick is in. I want my safety taken now. Browns backfield
Right now?
on defense, awful. Not very good. Safety.
Rich, I think that's a good pick. But I think it's going to be Jeremiah Owasu, the linebacker.
They do need linebacker help, too.
Or I think they shock some
I understand
people
that,
and
but-
go Rashad Bateman, the wide receiver.
If they traded Odell, then yes, I understand receiver. But you're keeping Odell, you do not need another
It's
receiver.
not even about trading Odell. It's about the fact that he has not been able to stay healthy.
Yeah.
That is true. But I'd rather.
But I think I'm leaning towards. I think it's going to be this linebacker Jeremiah Owatsu.
I want to see more rig go. I would like to see. I think that's a good move by the Browns.
Where do you want him to go?
The Browns.
Okay, so Cleveland.
Yes.
Yes.
But not on vacation.
No, not on vacation.
Just to help them out a
Yes,
little bit.
he's stuck in the city.
Maybe
he can't leave.
Maybe he can live maybe outside of Cleveland, and I don't know. I heard Cincinnati is kind of nice.
Yeah.
Better than Cleveland.
I mean, I'm not sure. I've really not been to either. Because why would you vacation?
Someone comment to us and tell us what's the best city in Ohio.
Ooh.
I have my pick.
Best city in Ohio. Aaron, where are you at for this one?
Yeah, I have my pick. I know where I would go. There's two. There's two cities in Ohio that I would visit over and over again.
Mine would be Cedar Point. That counts as a city, right?
That's not a city.
It's not the city though.
I mean,
it'd be Sandusky, Ohio, and yes, that would be one of my picks. Sandusky, Ohio is where Cedar Point is. That would be one of my picks, and then the other one would be Canton, Ohio, because that's where all the Hall of Fames are and stuff. That'd be pretty cool as well.
Yeah.
The only two places in Ohio worth visiting. Although, what was that zoo my parents liked?
Ohio Zoo.
Yeah, but which
Wait, it's just called Ohio Zoo?
No.
I don't know. I don't remember.
I would go with the Cincinnati Zoo. I'm pretty sure Cincinnati has
I think it's
Zoo.
Cincinnati. I don't remember. We didn't go.
We were invited too late.
Yeah.
It was already a long drive. We didn't want to add an extra stop in between.
Yeah.
Very true.
All right.
The Browns are
See
in.
if the Browns brown this thing up.
Let's see if the Browns brown.
I think if they nail this pick, they make the playoffs. If it's shitty, they don't make the playoffs.
Wow, that's a lot off of one pick.
Yeah, one pick.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
More Ooh, they went corner.
Okay.
Went corner. All right.
Playoffs. I give that.
Not,
Yeah,
I give that wild card.
Still secondary help. So I like that. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted for the Browns. So they took the corner.
I like the fans that are there. Like, wait, who?
Sure.
Other people
We'll
are
be
jumping up and
excited.
down.
Okay.
I like fake excitement. Oh, that guy is very ugly.
Also, they are very tired as well.
Oh yeah. There's like a baby sleeping.
All right. So I guess with that note, we are going to take a short break, our last one here, and we will be back.
For the last 5.
There we go. Found it. This opposite stuff is okay. Becky
Here?
took my mouse away.
Oh, I did. My bad.
And All right, all right. We are back for the home stretch here. Adam is coming on his way down for the final couple picks here. Ravens pick is in right now. We are about to see who the Ravens are going to pick. And we are in a agreement here that they will go receiver or an edge rusher due to the fact that they lost both edge rushers, and Jackson needs a lot more help on the outside receiver end here. And
Ravens are one of those teams that every year, like, oh, they're like one receiver away from being a Super Bowl contender type of thing, and like they just can't seem to find one that like really performs as well as what I think they need. But yeah, I think edge rusher is more of an immediate need. Receiver is something that could possibly take that offense to the next step. So I think either one wouldn't be a bad pick. If they do anything else, they're idiots.
I mean, we've seen teams do
Stupid
what
shit.
fans and things would not like, and I'm going to go back to the Raiders on that one.
Yeah, but that's why the Raiders
Did I
suck.
hear Bateman? It is Bateman.
It is Bateman. All right, I like it.
Bateman to.
And keep in mind, the Ravens do also pick again in like 3 or 4 more picks because they traded with Kansas City, so they have the 31st as well.
Yeah, that is true.
That's something we meant to mention earlier. So the Ravens traded with Kansas City. They traded away their starting tackle and picked up that first round pick from Kansas City. So we were thinking definitely receiver and edge rusher. I thought whatever one they didn't take here first, they would probably sweep around
Pick
and
up
grab
on
that.
the back end.
Yeah, in the next round.
Newsome, Cleveland first. Yeah. No, I think this is a great pick for Baltimore. Again, it still a solid pick, very good receiver. I don't think he's as good as some of the other receivers that went earlier, but again, you could be surprised. Receivers are very hit or miss. There's lots of second, third round receivers that end up being superstars. So just because you're drafted in the first round really doesn't mean a whole lot at this position.
Yeah, I think a lot of people had him as kind of that next guy, though, outside of, you had Chase, you had Devonta, and then you had Waddle. I think a lot of people kind of had him as the next guy in a lot of the mock drafts I saw. So I think they really got good value on him, and I think, honestly, they probably went receiver first over taking the edge rusher because I think they probably felt if they didn't go with the receiver here, the Saints had a chance at picking him up because a lot of people think the Saints need that second option across from Michael Thomas.
Yeah, especially with Drew Brees gone, you definitely want better outside help for sure.
Optimize your weapons.
Yep, optimize your weapons. Help out that quarterback a little bit more. She can't just rely on Drew Brees being able to read a defense and knowing where to put the ball.
Yeah.
Anymore. Receivers are going to have to play a little big time this year for the Saints.
So I definitely think it's going to be a receiver, which I think at this point would probably be Elijah Moore or Terrence Marshall.
Yeah.
Or I think it could also be that linebacker, again, out of Notre Dame, Jeremiah Owasu, I think it is.
Yeah. Owasu.
I think it's something like that.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go with Moore. I think Moore should have been picked like about 6-7 picks ago. But that's I'm pretty high on Moore here, so hopefully he pans out wherever he goes to help confirm my pick.
Pan out if he goes to one of our like competing division rivals, like every other player that we've said good things about apparently so far.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see. Yeah. I guess the pick is in for the Saints. I think it's probably going to be a wide receiver or a linebacker. I guess I wouldn't be shocked too if they go like Barmore
or something on the defensive line.
Well, to be perfectly honest, I really hope they take receiver because I do not want Moore going to Green Bay. I'd be very, very upset about that because I pretty high on Moore, and if he goes to Green Bay, he probably will end up playing very well because of that quarterback they got up there. That's pretty good.
Yeah, and of course, you're talking about the guy that they drafted last year,
Jordan Love.
Jordan Love,
Yeah.
as that quarterback.
That guy is amazing, man.
Yeah. Amazing.
That guy's so good. He's so good at keeping that bench warm.
Yeah. I did actually see him get off the bench.
Oh, did
one
you?
time. Yeah, not in the game, but he got up.
Did he grab water?
Yeah, and then he handed the cup to Aaron Rodgers and then sat back down.
I mean, if you're backup quarterback, you just kind of hang around Aaron Rodgers and you get some airtime.
Yeah, so that's a good move on his part, I guess. No, I almost feel bad for him. It's not like it was his choice to be put in that situation and go to Green Bay, and then he was getting ripped apart by everyone.
Yeah. Get ripped apart by everyone on why that was bad move, horrible move.
Yeah, and he's like,
then Aaron Rodgers went out, won the MVP. But again, with a project player, like, let him sit for a year or two behind someone like Aaron Rodgers. Packers have proved that definitely worked. Aaron Rodgers sat on the bench for like 2-3 years before getting rid of Brett Favre. So Aaron Rodgers definitely panned out, but there is a huge difference with that. Aaron Rodgers was considered one of the top 2 quarterbacks in that draft, where Jordan Love was definitely around that 3 or 4 mark.
Right.
Questionably, depending on different opinions, different evaluating systems that teams have. So trading back up to get him was definitely a little odd for sure, but.
And then the weirdest thing about that was, like, even in games last year where they ended up pulling Rodgers, whether it was because they were getting blown out or blowing out their opponent, they didn't play him. So they chose to go with a different kind of quarterback instead of getting Jordan Love, kind of like that valuable in-game experience. So I was kind of surprised about that we didn't see him at all last year. So we have no idea if he is got any talent or no talent.
Well, we'll find out this preseason.
But here we go. The Saints pick is in.
Defensive end, Peyton Turner.
I don't like it.
From Houston.
I don't like it.
I think they should have went with Alabama interior.
Yeah, I think that would be better. Or taking a receiver, I think. I had Peyton Turner, I think, going somewhere in the second round, mid-second round. So I don't like it.
All right. Think he's been drafted a little bit too high here.
Yeah.
But again, I think the Saints defense played like really well last year.
Yeah,
I think they did have solid pass rush. I mean, again, with the NFL, I've said it multiple times, you can never have enough pass rushers.
Right.
But at the same time, I still feel like Moore would have been a better pick here for the Saints.
Packers locked in.
Yep.
Quick.
Yeah, I think that's going to go Moore.
That was extremely fast, so it might be that they really liked one of the receivers. Let's see where they go. I don't know. I have this like weird feeling they're gonna like pick a defensive player, like a linebacker or a corner or something like that. It seems like every year.
I mean, to be honest, the Packers should go interior line because like their defensive line isn't the greatest. They have pretty good linebackers. Their corners are solid. Packers definitely need safety help, and I think lineman help on defense.
Well, they have a solid corner. I think Kevin King is not great, and I think a lot of their fans were upset that they even re-signed him. But yeah, Jair Alexander is good.
So I just have this weird feeling. They say it's like every year they're like, oh, the Packers are gonna take a receiver. They're gonna get Aaron Rodgers help. They're gonna do this. They're gonna do that. And then every year they turn around and draft a defensive back or defensive lineman or something like that. So I am like, I'm kind of convinced at this point that they're gonna go with a defensive player, even though I think it would be stupid.
Yeah, well, I mean, Aaron Rodgers is already complaining he doesn't get enough help, even though
He doesn't
pretty
get enough help.
sure
He doesn't get enough money.
pretty sure he's played with a number one receiver the entire time he's been there. He's had all pro tackles since he's been there. The only kind of question mark on offense has tight end play for a couple of years was pretty solid, but not recently. But then you got the running backs. They're a little bit hit or miss. Finally have Aaron Jones. So I don't understand where this, like, Aaron Rodgers isn't getting enough help. I don't know where that's coming from. Like, that's a weird kind of statement.
In no point in Aaron Rodgers' career has he not had a great receiver. At least one.
Yeah.
If not two or three. He comes in, he has Donald Driver, Greg Jennings, Randall Cobb was really good during his prime. Obviously, Jordy Nelson.
Yeah.
And then Devontae Adams. And it seems like he's usually playing with at least one, if not two of those guys. Obviously, the last couple of years, it's been mostly just Devontae Adams, and I think that's why they're like, oh, they're going to get him, some more help. But I don't know. I have this weird feeling that they're going to go with like a defensive player, and all the Packers fans are going to be like, no. But we're going to bring our resident Packers fan on to see where he thinks this pick's going to go.
We got to call in.
So, Cole, can you hear us?
I can. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Yes, we can. Okay. Where do you see the Packers, I guess, going with this pick?
I'm 100% in your camp of what your guys is kind of saying. I honestly would have liked to see that Minnesota wide receiver that was picked a couple spots ago.
Bateman.
But yeah, I'm between either Moore or Owusu. I'm not entirely sure how you say that name. I haven't been paying too much attention to all the too much of the draft this year. They're just like kind of the players in it, but I feel like if you go with Elijah, and we go with Eric Stokes, okay.
So they went with a corner.
So we have a little bit of lag on our end.
Yeah. So Eric Stokes, the corner out of Georgia. He very fast corner, and honestly, that's almost exactly what I thought they were going to do. I think in my mock draft, I had him taking corner as well.
Are you sure you haven't talked about a corner the entire time, and now since they took a corner, I totally called that move.
No, in my mock draft, I had him taking Greg Newsome in my no trade one. So I had Greg Newsome fall to the Packers there. So, Cole, what do you think of that pick?
I feel like there's other people we could have, I would have loved to see who I think that is. They must be grooming this guy to replace Kevin King eventually. You got Jair Alexander on one side, who you should be spending as much money as he wants to keep him because he's, doing such a phenomenal job. So I don't know if we really needed the corner right away. I was saying how a wide receiver would be nice. I don't think they were going to do that ever. Part of me just thought maybe they would do it just try to appease Rodgers with all this drama going on about him not being happy and leaving and all this stuff.
Right.
But yeah, that's the thing. I haven't been paying too much attention to the draft, unfortunately. So he seems like he's a pretty good cornerback. So we need all the help we can get in cornerback. I would have liked to see, though, Owusu, especially now with Justin Fields coming in, someone that could, for the Bears, someone that could maybe kind of be his opposing, his lock that he kind of is always on Justin Fields or something like that. Right. I think he had the speed for it, but Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm not entirely happy with that pick, but not surprised either. So
Yeah, I think he's kind of known as he's got that quick first step type of corner. I think he clocked a pretty good time at the combine, so I'm not surprised to see him go in the first round. I think I had him going as like my first corner actually taken in the second round, if I remember right. But yeah, I agree with you in a way. I think it's not a terrible move. And like I said, I'm really not surprised by it, even though there's probably a lot of people that are really surprised. But I'm not. I was like, I don't know if you were, if you heard right before I kind of brought you on, I was saying that I really did think that they were going to go with defensive back here. So.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess they're just looking to get rid of King next year or do something because I thought with those two corners they did very well this year. I mean, obviously Kevin King had a little bit of a bad game against Buccaneers in the championship, but I mean that if you can't ignore the rest of the season where he played very well. So I mean, I just was surprised that they'd go with someone where we have two talented cornerbacks already.
I'm almost surprised they brought him back, right? Just to then draft a corner in the first round.
That's exactly like that's why I'm surprised they did get a corner. Because if you didn't get Kevin King, I would be saying that's what you need. But like the Packers have made so many that I question offseason decisions that I'm just like, why you get AJ Dillon just to re-sign Aaron Jones, but then lose Corey Linsley, and then you draft Jordan Love, and then there's all these trade rumors that like you're gonna trade him away for draft picks. Like, obviously they didn't do that, but it's been a cluster of an offseason for the Packers.
Yeah,
I haven't been enjoying any of it, honestly.
By this logic, watch them. In round 2 they'll pick a running back. They re-sign Aaron Jones and then draft a running back or something like that.
Dude, you need backups to your starters, man.
Or they'll take like another quarterback.
Okay, so Buffalo.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't. I'm surprised we didn't trade up to get Mac Jones. So.
Yeah.
That would have been great.
I'm just kidding.
Right.
But hey.
Buffalo's pick.
Thank you guys for having me on. I'm glad I got to give my little spiel. And, I'll let you guys get back to it. I've been listening. Oh, the one thing I wanted to comment on after Buffalo does their pick.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
See.
Go ahead.
Well, you guys were talking about what's his name? I can't even remember his name now. In Cincinnati, they were saying how I was reading a lot of how they were comparing him to Justin Jefferson, and when those two were playing on the same team, Jamar Chase was the go-to guy.
Yeah,
and
right.
So it's one of those things where it's like you have Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase is number one.
Right.
And Justin Jefferson had the season he had last year. Like, yeah, this guy's he has no limit right now. But again, depending on how much time Joe Burrow has to throw a ball. So.
Right. Yeah. Definitely depends on that.
A talented pick.
But yeah, that's what I was saying was like Jamar Chase. I was hearing an interview with him, essentially saying, well, yeah, like he has all the respect in the world for Justin Jefferson, but was pretty much saying like if he was able to do what he was able to do last year, then I'm going to come in and be even better type of thing. And I thought that was obviously like a very confident way to look at things, but I think he has potential to do that. But yeah, they're definitely going to need to give Joe Burrow time to throw the ball to him. But Joe Burrow, to his credit, before he got injured, even with the lack of time that he had, was looking really good. So I think Cincinnati is one of those sneaky teams that's going to beat a lot more people than people think they will this next year.
Completely agreed. I'm going to let you guys get back to it.
Weird pick from Buffalo.
3-4 of you there.
Yep. All right.
Have a great night, guys.
Thanks for coming on.
Bye.
Thanks for coming on later.
Peace.
No, you thought that was a weird pick. That's exactly who I had picked in both of my mock drafts was Gregory Rousseau to Buffalo at number 30.
Oh, actually, it's on this piece of paper too.
Yep, and that was my one from a couple weeks ago. So that's all three of my last mock drafts, I had Russo going Buffalo at number 30. I think he's a talented edge rusher type of guy, and Buffalo, played pretty well last year, and we said it time and time again tonight. You never have too many pass rushers, and the quicker that the Buffalo can get to the quarterback, the better this team can be. So not surprised at all.
Makes the rest of the defense look better when you can get to the quarterback. Everyone's able to kind of
point to like a glaring hole on Buffalo's team, and I think it'd be hard to find a position that you would say they really lacked this position or that.
Actually,
position.
I would say running back, but with the top 2 running backs already being gone, this is a good move to get a little bit more
Devin
pressure.
Singletary played fairly well last year when he got in there.
I'm a fan of Singletary, but man, he did not play the way I thought he would. So hopefully his second year in.
Yeah, it might be until I think he was kind of gaining more and more kind of traction as the season went on. So, definitely interesting.
So Baltimore are going to go...
I think they go with the receiver here.
Receiver?
100%.
So which receiver do you think
I'm
going
sorry.
with now?
I'm sorry. They took a receiver first. They went with Bateman. I'm sorry. So I think they go pass rusher 100%. Yeah.
Pass rusher?
I think those were the 2 positions that I thought they were going to go with here in the first round. So I just didn't know the order if they go pass rusher,
do you
receiver,
think Christian
receiver.
Barmore, Alabama? Do you think that's a good pick for Baltimore, or do you think they actually need an actual edge rusher?
I don't hate that move. I think that'll be a nice piece to add to their defense, but I do kind of feel like they need more of that edge rusher. I think they play more with that stand up kind of edge rusher, like a Khalil Mack type guy. Coming off the edge than even just splitting out like a defensive end or something like that. So I think they're going to go straight pass rusher to replace the ones that they lost. Judon went to the Patriots, and
Patriots had that like fire sale of like free agency. They just scooped everyone up.
And we'll see if that works out for them. But we'll see. But
I see that. So edge rusher. So which edge rusher you think they're gonna go with here?
Honestly, we're pretty far off our boards right now.
Yeah.
So I think is that Owa from Penn State.
He's still available.
I think he's still available. Jason Owa.
Yeah, Jason.
I'm pretty sure he's still available.
I think he's still available. I think on my list he's the next best available pass rusher.
I think that's who I originally had the Bills taking, as I had them taking Owa and Russo going to Baltimore instead. So I could see them just
kind of flip-flopping. Yeah, no, I completely agree.
So I think when we're kind of looking over their stats and stuff and kind of looking at the 2, I could have seen them going either way.
Yeah, no, definitely. I agree with that 100%. So we'll see. They're, for some reason, using, once again, all their time.
Yeah, which again, come on, Baltimore. Unless someone's trying to trade back up into the first round. Bears!
So we have a comment that said, what do you think about the Buffalo pick? Seems a little weird. We were just kind of talking about that. I kind of saw that coming. I think that's who I had in all 3 of my last mock drafts. Going there, and I think again it's because Buffalo doesn't have many glaring holes on their team. So, and we said it a million times tonight. You can never have too many edge rushers. You can never get to the quarterback fast enough. If you're getting to the quarterback quickly on every play, then you make a lot of your other guys look better. So I definitely think an edge rusher was a good way to go, and like I said, that's just a team that doesn't have very many holes. So
well, I mean, the edge rusher definitely has to be like getting to the quarterback has to be a must. Because if you think about it, the playoff game they lost to was against Patrick Mahomes because they couldn't get to him fast enough. Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl harassed all day long, and look what happened. Did not play very well. So if Buffalo could actually upgrade the pass rush, if this guy could actually get to the quarterback quickly enough, it'll be
I'm
very
sorry.
good.
I misread the comment. Apparently,
It's a steal.
it
not
doesn't
weird.
sound like weird. He said it sounds like a steal. Yeah, no, I would agree. I don't know. I don't know if I'd quite call it a steal, but I think it's a good pick at a good time. Someone, like I said, kind of had that pick going there in most of my mock drafts. So I think he has kind of that bottom level first round talent, and that's kind of where he went. So yeah, I think it's a good pick.
I mean, any of these late round picks on like these very good playoff teams, any of them could pan out and look like a steal. Because also too with Buffalo's like defense and defensive line, they got some guys that demand that double team, which will leave him open to more one-on-ones. And if he can take advantage of his one-on-ones, it's going to make him look really good.
Right.
Which is going to be very helpful for him and also helps out Buffalo because now he's getting to the quarterback like he should, what he should be getting paid to do. So that's definitely very good. Definitely like that as well. So
Right.
Ravens pick is in here. We definitely want to see again another defensive line edge rusher, inside lineman, someone that could get to the quarterback. They lost both of their edge rushers in this offseason, so that's a cause for concern for Baltimore on defense. Which
I think a sneaky pick also might be a tackle, just because they traded obviously their starting right tackle away.
That is true.
That it's a possibility, but again, they lost both their edge rushers.
Yeah.
So if
you got to replace those guys somewhere.
So I guess I think it's going to be an edge rusher, but if I had to kind of say that next position that they might go with, I think it would be a tackle.
Tackle, that's option 2.
Yeah.
Option 2 tackle. Okay. Yeah, I think the top edge rushers left that we kind of have up here is
Jason Owen, I think.
Jason Owen, and then next one we have is Joseph Asi out of Texas. Yeah. So that's our top 2 edge rushers that we.
Oh wait, they're going
yeah, the previous.
I was like, wait, Kansas City reacquired the pick that they just traded.
Weird move, Ravens.
I was gonna say, it's getting past my bedtime, guys. I'm sorry if I'm being a little loopy.
Yeah, first time going live, and we're 4 hours in already. So that's
you know what that means? Next live draft, we'll have to do 5 hours.
What?
Yep, we're doing something.
Man, I don't know about all that.
We'll just like stream a Sunday and just watch football all day, but be on live.
Yeah, it's commentary of the Bears.
Yeah.
Oh, Penn State.
Oh, yeah.
So that's right. Good job.
According to my mock draft, I just ended up switching what Bills and Ravens ended up doing.
That was really solid. And again, great pick. I think that, to me, I think that's slightly more of a steal even than the Bills pick.
Oh, thank you, Bucks.
Because,
thank you for being quick.
I think they go Barmore. I think Barmore slipped this far.
Barmore?
Yeah.
Bucks solidify that defense and take Barmore.
Yeah, they got they got Sue for one more year.
Yeah.
As soon as he leaves, they just got his replacement now.
I guess
Barmore,
surprise pick would be a wide receiver. Because again, they brought Chris Goodwin back, but only like on a 1 year, and I think Antonio Brown they only brought back on like maybe that was 2 or 3 years. But
Antonio Brown's 1. They don't want to give him too much.
Yeah, freedom.
Money up front because every single time he's got money up front, he he doesn't play very nice.
So
doesn't play well with others.
Not the best locker room guy for sure. But yeah, I would go. For Bucks, man, I think it's gonna be Barmore. I could see the Bucks again are a team that don't have a lot of holes. That's obviously why they ended up in the Super Bowl last year. So and won the Super Bowl too. So
pass rusher, for obvious reasons, or defensive back, another place that you can never have too many good guys. Offensive line, or they go with Barmore, who I think is, in my opinion, I would have to relook at my list. I think maybe the best total package player available right now on my list.
I mean, to be honest, from all of that, pretty much whoever the Buccaneers pick, it's going to be a solid pick because they have not a lot of holes. So you're either getting a guy you have time to develop a little bit, or you might get a surprise kind of starter or like replacement on that.
Yeah, I think the only way they mess this thing up is if they pick some guy that they could have gotten in the next round. I guess another surprise pick, they go running back. They take like the third best running back available, even though they might even be able to get him in the next round.
Yeah.
But I do kind of feel like they feel the need for a running back.
Linebacker, Washington, Joe.
Tyrone. Tryon. I don't love it.
That's
I think Barmore's a better player. Would get more production out of him.
More NFL ready.
It's saying Jaguars are on the clock.
Yeah,
man,
that's
they're gonna be on the clock for quite some time.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for hanging with us for over 4 hours. We really appreciate it. I hope you guys had a little bit of fun.
Wait this way.
We hope you keep listening. Sorry, we were starting to run out of steam here at the end.
Yeah.
Really glad you guys were able
to
stick with us.
Yeah.
And I hope you enjoyed some of our commentary. I hope you maybe agreed with us on something or disagreed with us. Continue to blow up our comment section. Look for our posts in the future. We try to get a podcast out every week. And if you guys enjoyed this live stream, let us know, and we'll try to kind of get on here and do a couple more different things in the future. So, again, thank you. Cheers.
Thank you also for all the comments. We tried to get to as many questions as we could. I hopefully think we covered most of them or tried to get most of your stuff